my glasses. Um, Vision's looking a little fuzzy. I'll probably need some vitamins, but that's a different thing. I'm gonna turn down this music, but I'm got on some Star Wars music, well, meditation and ambience music. So it's like some AI generated version of Star Wars music from the movies. It's actually kind of dope though, but I'm gonna turn it down so I don't get copyright striked. Ah, that's better. So yesterday was a very geeky holiday. It was International Ninja Day, December 5th. December 5th is International Ninja Day. I didn't do anything yesterday because I didn't feel like it. So I'm doing a live stream today earlier than I do per usual. So I can go do a late night workout afterwards. But um, because I'm continuing for the past 3 weeks to do topics on the paranormal, and yesterday was International Ninja Day, which I missed. Then what I'm going to do today, what I've done yesterday, which is talk about martial arts, you know, germane to like talking about ninjas and all that sort of stuff. So we're talking about paranormal martial arts skills, and I likened it to someone trying to be like Goku from Dragon Ball Z. Um, this fits in line with all the other paranormal stuff I talked about because there are a lot of paranormal claims made within the martial arts community, and none of them really have been borne out as far as I'm concerned, but some of you may think so. A lot of this stuff, at least back in the day, was taken very seriously, and I think a lot of people don't really believe that stuff anymore. Um, but there are a lot of goofy martial arts claims that border on the paranormal, and that some people still believe today. And we can go through all of them. There's people who still believe in no touch knockouts. You heard me right, no touch knockouts, as in you know, not needing anyone to like not actually needing to touch someone to knock them out. Hemorrhoid Nibbler says hello. That is a diabolical name, but what's up? Um, so one thing is no touch knockouts. That's one. The other is one that I've mentioned before, which is the sixth sense. Um, that's that's been a very common myth within martial arts. The other one is the belief in chi or ki energy. Chinese they refer to as chi. Japanese, Korean they refer to as ki. Others refer to it as prana. All the same thing. It's just all a form of vitalism, which is that there's some life sustaining energy not otherwise described through physical science that nonetheless can be utilized by people for better health or to become martial arts badasses in some way. Joseph Benavides says hi. Goldra Gray says hi. What's up? Um, make sure. Oh, okay. So my chat filter, I have it set to all messages. Good. Just wanted to make sure. So what's some other things? So yeah. So no touch knockouts, chi energy. Uh, what else did I mention? Sixth sense. Um, being able to defeat like and being able to defeat like an entire army of people single handedly. That's another. That's just pure BS. Saki says TV. What's up, Saki? Thank you for the contribution. I appreciate it. What did you mean by TV though? Um, you talking about as far as the stuff that people believe is just all TV? I guess is what you're saying. Melita Peter says up Uncle good. Yep, definitely so. Um, I think what Saki's referring to is like all that stuff people believe about martial arts comes from like people watching too much TV, and that's absolutely correct. And that's not. I haven't even finished all of them, so I've already mentioned several of them already. No touch knockouts, chi energy, uh, sixth sense, being able to defeat like multiple opponents single handedly, um, the belief in these meridians. This kind of connects with chi energy, but this belief that there are these invisible lifelines running through everyone's body through which people can cut off the flow of chi energy, which can cause disease or death, or that they can use it to increase their health and vitality, um, be used to use as pressure point strikes to just to debilitate someone or even unalive them. Right? Saki TV says good day to you, man. Thank you, Saki. Oh, Saki TV is your whole name. I'm sorry. I thought TV was the response. No, Saki TV is your entire username. I'm sorry about that. I had to correct myself. But yeah, again, appreciate the the super chat. Um, but what's some other quirky um martial arts beliefs? Then there's stuff that's not paranormal beliefs, but they are just um beliefs that don't measure up. So if I'm gonna talk about other martial arts claims that don't measure up, but aren't necessarily paranormal, there's like the belief that Brazilian Jiu Jitsu is the ultimate martial art, or that um, black belts are the measure of one's expertise, or like all sorts of stuff. We can get into it. SW says hashtag free Diddy. No, if you want a free Diddy, why don't you join him? That man has been a terrorist since 1991. He'll be all right. But yeah, so until I get maybe more people conversing with me about these topics, I'm just gonna go over the different ones point by point, and people can comment and reply to me on these topics. So first one is like no touch knockouts. One of the most notorious people to promote the idea of no touch knockouts was George Dillman. Like in the martial arts community, he's sort of known as the prototype as Bushido. um, or fake martial arts, George Dillman. The problem was like back in the 90s and 80s, Black Belt Magazine used to promote a lot of people who were just martial arts con artists, and they gave them credibility that they didn't deserve, um, by you know having them in the magazine. I get that they wanted to be like objective and they would show anyone, but they also promoted people because people like George Dillman, who's like just a freaking con artist, was put in their black belt hall of fame. Like, it's one thing to do articles on people in the martial arts magazine, because Black Belt magazine was the most prominent source of martial arts publications in the at that time up until the 2000s. And it's like I said, it's one thing to put articles in there about different martial artists or so-called martial artists. There's another thing to give them accolades and put them in the Black Belt Hall of Fame alongside people like Bruce Lee and um, or martial arts champions. And they put him in there, and it's like he used to have this little thing where he could believe he could just do non touch knockouts by just doing stuff like this and throwing chi energy at you. And every time people called him out on this shit, he would kind of qualify. He's like, well, see, I gotta do it this way. I gotta do it where I keep my foot, and I'm not even lying. You guys, you guys will probably think I'm joking, but he will say, "Well, I gotta keep my foot a certain." No, no, no. I'm sorry. He said, "I gotta keep my tongue in my mouth a certain way to make it happen. Because if I don't, then it won't work. But if I keep my tongue in my mouth like this, then it'll work. But if I keep it like, ugh, then it's not gonna like." He had all sorts of excuses of why it wouldn't work when he was actually like independently tested. But when he worked with his when he worked with his assistant instructors, it always worked. But surprise, surprise, when he worked with like an independent person outside of his dojo, it never worked. And he would try to explain it away with all these little ad hoc reasons, like, oh, I didn't have my tongue in my mouth in the correct position, or I have to stand this way I have to stand in a certain way for it to work, or it'll the energy will just go through you. It won't knock you down. It was just so bad. And it's like, how was this guy given any sort of credibility back then? Even then, it should have been apparent that the guy is Fugazi. But a lot of stuff in the 80s and 90s and the 70s got, got got free reign in the martial arts community, so much so that there's still a lot of people in the martial arts community that believe a lot of this bullshit. Like I said, there's no way you can knock someone out without touching them. Like literally just thinking you can just and that could knock someone out is that's that's just devious work there. Like really, like, and this gets into the whole belief in chi or key energy. Is uh, Goyam says there is prove it how show me like give me evidence that there is. I've been practicing martial arts for well over 30 years. There's no independent evidence that you can do no touch knockouts. None. Anyone who thinks that you can't fight, he said if you make them slip and fall on their head. Well, to make them slip and fall on their head, you still have to affect some sort of touch to them. I get what you're saying, but no. You you still have to somehow make them slip. He said it happened in the UFC, man. No, it didn't. Which UFC bout did someone not touch someone and they slip? The person made them slip. He said a guy fainted and one guy fell on his head, TKO. That's not a no. That's not a no touch knockout. That you fainted and the person reacted. A feints only work if someone reacts to a feint. That's how feints work. Feints and fake hits work by a person reacting to them. If a person is just clumsy, that's on them. That's not a no touch knockout. That's not how a no touch knockout work out. Again, the no touch knockouts, look at the literature, is when someone claims to throw energy at someone that causes them to be knocked out. That's not a feint. That's not how feints work. Feints are used in all combat sports where you you feint an attack on someone to get them to react, so then you can uh, leave them open to hit them on another line where they're exposed. That's how feints work. So I feint high, then I attack low. I feint low, then I attack high. or I faint by drawing myself by throwing my guard down, which makes you come and attack me, and then surprise, surprise, I knee you, something like that. Like those are how feints work, either by feinting on one line and attacking on another line, or feinting through drawing. Like in JKD, Jeet Kune Do, we have what's called the five ways of attack, um, and either drawing an opponent, um, attack by drawing ABD, or through feinting, indirect attack IDA. Is like two different forms of our five ways of attacking people. Those aren't no touch knockouts. Um, but yeah, feint, like feinting is a definite strategy in combat sports. That's not a no touch knockout. No touch knockouts specifically refer to someone claiming that they can knock you out through either psych like either through like throwing key energy at you, or by thinking it and making it happen, like and just those that's just not demonstrated in any martial arts nor in physics, which also gets into the whole idea of key energy or chi or prana, whichever you want to call it. um, I'm sorry to say, despite how many people watch Street Fighter or Dragon Ball or Naruto or Bleach or any of these anime, you can there's no evidence that chi energy exists, nor even if it did exist, that you can use it to hurt others. So it so the karate nerd Jesse Camp um, has talked about chi energy on his videos. He said, according to some of the old Okinawan masters, the birthplace of karate. Shout out to Jesse Camp if he ever watches this. He said what the old Okinawan masters meant by ki energy was not this invisible energy that you can hurl at people and block um, physically, but it meant just when they talked about ki energy, he was saying these old Okinawan masters just meant just another way of talking about mechanical energy, like the energy you produce through movement doing your martial arts. That's what they meant. They never meant that you could like use it to throw key energy fireballs at people and stuff like that. So that's that, like I said, if that's what the old Okinawan and maybe some of the old kung fu masters originally meant by ki energy or chi energy, I don't have any problem with that, because if they just were using it as another way of talking about just mechanical energy produced when you perform martial arts or you do any sort of physical activity, cool. But and very likely that may have been their original meaning towards key energy, but this was quickly overtaken and taken to be something paranormal, that was some sort of mystical life energy that you could use to either heal people or kill people. And yeah, I, like I said, it it became a sort of vitalism theory. Vitalism is the vitalism is basically the 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 pseudoscientific theory, this the predecessor to scientific biology, that there's a life sustaining force that exists in all that exists in nature. That flows through all living creatures, sort of like the force in Star Wars. But this is a common vitalism was a common theory in a lot of Eastern philosophy, even in some Western philosophies, that um, prior to there being an establishment of scientific biology, that there's that you like in Western philosophy, instead of there being key energy, they talked about, the humors. That I think there was like four types of humors that ran throughout the body and stuff like that. Um, but after the advent of scientific biology in the you know in the 1800s, that's vitalism started being kind of pushed out of Western thought, where it was still sustained in Eastern thought, right? And like I said, this was known as either prana or chi or ki. Um, and people thought that disease was caused by a blockage of chi energy in the body along these invisible meridians that ran throughout the body, and that you can unblock these stoppages of chi energy throughout these body meridians through acupressure, um, or acupuncture, through specific sorts of exercises in qigong or falun gong or tai chi, or I Ching, Hisingi, Pakwa, all the sorts of internal martial arts. Aikido had their own version of this. So, no, they don't really work for martial arts. If you want to get better, if you want to develop your key energy in the old way that the Okinawan masters meant it, which meant, having more forceful energy throughout your body, you work out. You The old Okinawan masters practiced strength training. They used to have kettlebells that they used for strength training before kettlebells became a thing in in the 21st century. These old Okinawan masters back in the 1600s were using kettlebell exercises and doing running and doing calisthenics. So these old karate masters in Okinawa, this is how they developed key energy. Was they they did strength and conditioning exercises, and that's what people should do today in martial arts and other combat sports. Is if they want to develop, you know, the physical attributes that can be assigned to what's to ki or chi energy, do strength and conditioning exercises. A person, a martial artist, or any sort of combat athlete who adds strength and conditioning to their training, aside from just merely um, practicing technique, is going to be the better fighter, the better martial artist, the better athlete. Let me get back to some of the comments. Morgan Freeman says you look like Roddy from Iron Man. Shut the fuck up. King Boomy says, "Do you know the game?" No, your mother does. She was one of the models he talked about. Been around the world. Jeff Miller says the humors were debunked with actual science. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Jeff Miller. I was saying that the belief in vitalism is still prevalent in Eastern philosophy, whereas in Western philosophy it was kind of phased out through the advent of scientific biology. But that vitalism was the precursor to scientific biology, just like alchemy was the precursor to scientific chemistry. Astrology was the precursor to scientific astronomy, um, so on. That things like uh, parapsychology and demonic possession were the precursors to things like to psychiatry and clinical psychology, right? So this it all feeds into my discussion, which is I'm talking about paranormal stuff. So I've been talking on my live streams for the past 3 weeks about different paranormal topics instead of just talking about paranormal in toto. I'm breaking it down into specific topics. And because yesterday was International Ninja Day, I thought that a good paranormal topic would be all the paranormal claims that are made within the martial arts community. The no touch knockouts is one, and the belief in chi and ki energy are of a pair that are still commonly believed in the martial arts community, unfortunately, at least within traditional martial arts. People who train in modern martial arts tend to be less tend to be more skeptical about that sort of stuff. But the belief in chi energy is still commonly believed. With and my When I talked about the humors, I was talking about how the belief in vitalism wasn't just Eastern, but also Western too, like the belief in the humors and the different sorts of bile produced stuff like that. So we know better now, but unfortunately, like I said, because a lot of Asian martial arts are steeped in Eastern philosophy, there's still a lot of these paranormal claims that are commonly believed within the community of martial artists. So I want to debunk all of them, or at least discuss them, and see whether any of them measure up. That's my point. Johnny says hit the gritty. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but if you're Gen Z, go suck a dick. Like that's what most of you little low T Generation Z males do anyway, because none of you are fucking have any masculinity left in you, because you all have been tricked by feminists into giving up the the ascent the essential thing that makes men men, which is masculinity. So you hit the gritty, whatever the fuck that means. I'm over here, you dumb piece of shit troll. Like hit the gritty with your mother. Anywho, so what are some more martial arts paranormal claims, or or fugazi claims they make? So we talked about no touch knockouts. That doesn't work. And someone pointed out that fainting could cause someone to get knocked out, but that was obviously an accident. He pointed out the UFC where someone fainted, someone react, and obviously slipped. That was just due to clumsiness and random accident. Unless you can faint all the time intentionally to make someone slip and knock themselves out, you can't really count that as a no touch knockout. That's just you just got chalk that up to a coincidence. Because trust me, since in Jeet Kune Do we have our 5 ways of attack through indirect attack, which comes through fainting. If we could use fainting not only as an indirect attack but as a way to knock someone out, that would be trained all the time. And there's no way you can train someone to faint to purposely make someone slip, unfortunately. Because I wish we could. It'd be the art of fighting without fighting, right? If people remember that whole thing from Into the Dragon, when he tricked the guy into going to that island to wait for him to spar him, just to leave his dumbass on the island while they sailed away. Oh no, no, he didn't leave him on the island. He left them on the on the little boat, and then detached it from their vessels. So he drifted away. um, and then in the last dragon, he said he said, well, Bruce Lee had the art of fighting without fighting. He said, I can do one better. He said, I can do the art of fighting without knowing how to fight. He was like, how? So, um, Lil Jon says, bro, remember when you said dogs suck? Yeah, they do suck. Some of them, not all of them. The the funny thing is people think I hated dogs, and I really don't. The dogs of I just hate attack dogs. I don't think most people are responsible enough to own attack dogs, because attack dogs, regardless of how well you treat them, are inherently violent creatures. This is why they are bred to be attack dogs because they are inherently violent. So yes, I did say dogs suck, and I will still say it. If you think I'm going to change that, I'm not. There are hundreds to thousands of people sent to the ER every year because of dog attacks, and most of those dog attacks are from pit bulls. So I don't care how people say if you treat them better, they're not violent. They are inherently violent because they are bred that way. So even if you treat them well, they can and will attack people unprovoked because it's part of their nature. Just like animals have a nature, humans have their own have a human nature. So I mean, the best way not to have that happen is A, to not have the dogs in the first place, or two, keep them leashed and controlled. Um, and third, shoot the little fucks when they attack someone. Like if I now have like every day when I run every day, and my biggest fear is not people, it's dogs. I even reported someone for their dog trying to attack me to a cop because when I chased the dog away, I cussed the people out at their house for letting their dog run around without a leash in the first place. And then they wanted to fight me because I cussed them out. I'm like, you got the fucking nerve, especially when this happened multiple times. And, the cop took my side because she was like, yeah, I go run. I've been bit by dogs too. The cop said that. So, anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. I'm going to get back to my original topic. But yeah, some dogs do suck. I don't think, I think dog breeders need to stop breeding pit bulls. And I don't and people can talk about, well, there's no specific breed. Well, I don't care. All of the pit bull terriers, whatever you want to call them, stop breeding them. The dog breeding industry is cruel anyway in itself, but stop breeding stop breeding junkyard dogs. Pit bulls are junkyard dogs. There. And I'm not going to even like we can agree or disagree on whether they are even, aesthetically looking animals. To me, they aren't, but they're dangerous. And a lot of people are irresponsible that own them. I go so far as to say people who tend to be more irresponsible dog owners are the ones most likely to own them. Unfortunately, the people who are the most responsible dog owners tend to own better breeds of dogs, smarter ones, because pit bulls are known as a dumber breed than some of the other ones like German shepherds, Saint Bernards, um, golden retrievers. These are some of the smarter breeds. But unfortunately, it goes hand in hand that the most irresponsible people tend to want to own attack dogs, whereas the most responsible dog owners tend to want to own the better the better types of dogs out there. Hello John says my dad owns a dog and he jumps on me and pushed me off the couch, almost bite me like I almost got hurt. He said, "Thank you, like bro, appreciate it." Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But it's like I do own a dog. I have a what's called an aspen. Aspens are native to the Philippines. Very friendly dogs. They're not they're not they're not a pure breed dog though. They're native to the Philippines, but they aren't purebred. But they you can see them all over the Philippines. They're called aspens or sometimes askels. Um, we have two at the house. One is my wife and I, and then the other one is his mother, that's owned by my sister-in-law who lives with us. So, um, and I've posted a picture of of him on here. His name is Dago. Um, they gave him a Filipino name. I had nothing to do with his name. It's Dago. I think I'm saying it right. Dago or Dago. I think it's Dago. But they have an accent, so I'm not sure if they're saying Dago or Dago. And then his mother's name I think is Din Din. So anyway, so back to the topic. So paranormal martial arts claims. Again, yesterday was International Ninja Day. So let's get into ninjas. um, since it was International Ninja Day, and talking about ninjas does delve into the paranormal. First of all, if and only if there were historical ninjas, and I'm gonna go on a limb and say there really weren't, and we can get into that. But if and only if there are and were historical ninjas, they were not the super, they were not the modern day equivalent of military commandos who had all these little special powers like in Naruto where they can summon their genjutsu to clone themselves and do all sorts of weird stuff. Like there are people, grown as people who believe ninjas could really do all these little superpowers because, like me, they grew up in the '80s seeing hundreds of ninja movies and ninja TV shows and ninja cartoons, and have been raised to think that ninjas are these superhuman martial arts warriors. And the reason why I say historical ninjas don't really exist is not because I'm not saying there weren't Japanese spies and assassins. There definitely were. The issue is that everything ascribed to the historical Japanese ninja, assassinating people, espionage, um, disguising themselves, this was done by samurai or by their foot soldiers, the ashigaru. I think I said that right. So, the samurai were the warrior class, and then the people under them, the ashigaru, the foot soldiers. Like these people would be commonly ordered to do things like spy or kill opponents and stuff like that, or maybe disguise themselves as local peasants and stuff like that. Now, if you want to say that samurai doing this stuff were ninja, cool, but there was no separate clan of warriors separate from the samurai that did these sorts of things. Now there were other classes of warriors in Japan besides the samurai. Don't get me wrong. There were um, there were these warrior priests who were kind of similar to Jedi, and very loosely. There were warrior priests, and there were ascetics who often would practice physical exercises in the wilderness. And sometimes some of the things that these warrior priests or these ascetics did can also be ascribed to ninjas. But again, it's an abuse of the term ninja in the way that we know it, as them being a a a class of a warrior class made up by peasants and farmers that existed separately from the samurai. No, there wasn't. You have to know there was different classes of samurai. So there were the people called the Jizamurai, and I don't mean that sort of jizz. The Jizamurai were basically another way of talking of like a lower class of samurai or rural samurai. So they were of a lower class than the ones who may have been attached to like more lofty places like Edo or Osaka. Like Imperial would, like the ones coming from Osaka would have been like, like the Imperial samurai, and the ones from Edo or whatever would have been like the ones under the under the shogun, right? And then anyway, the Jin samurai were like rural people who lived in the mountains in the notorious places known now for ninjas, like the Iga and Koga mountains. Um, and some of these people, some of these Jizamurai, allied themselves with the locals in these warrior, I mean, in these mountain villages to fight against the Imperial Army, and that's where the legends of them being ninja and fighting against, the warlords like Oda, uh, no, what's his name? Oda. Some of you video game nerds know what I'm talking about because they did that whole video game on that. Um, or the guy who ended up employing the African slave who became known as the first black samurai. Even though he wasn't, some of you gonna be mad at me about this, but he wasn't really a samurai. He was given the title. He was given the title and the the things that come with the ranking of a samurai, but he wasn't he wasn't trained and he didn't train and live as a samurai. So, but anyway, getting back to ninjas, there was again there were samurai who did espionage, who did assassinations, who sometimes might disguise themselves as local peasants, either them or their foot soldiers called the ashigaru, and would carry out things that people don't think a samurai did, but that's all because of a mistake in what people think the samurai are. People think the samurai is a warrior class, that certain things were above them. No, they would. Samurai means to serve, and if their warlord commanded them to do such, they would stoop to these things that people think are below samurai. It was just a you know that was just a matter of fact. But if you wanted to call samurai who would then go out and do these sort of unsavory things ninja, you can. But again, it's sort of a misunderstanding of what people understood ninja to be, which is also a Chinese name because they wouldn't have referred to anyone as ninja, maybe as a shinobi, but it's still that would have just referred to anyone who disguises themselves. But yeah, so again, there was no historical ninja, and even if there were, when you're referring to samurai who would do espionage or assassinations, they still didn't have any superpowers. They couldn't do a bunch of genjutsu like on Naruto and do stuff like clone themselves and hit, you know, tap into their chi energy or whatever they called it in Naruto to do all sorts of superpowers, and that didn't happen. It looks cool in Naruto. Don't get me wrong. Naruto is the shit. I love Naruto. But these Narutards sometimes become martial artists and believe that this stuff is actually real. No, not real. So I hate to shit on ninjas on International Ninja Day, but anyone can be a ninja. Okay? So if you want to be a ninja, go ahead and be a ninja. But there were no historical ninja. And the people today claiming to follow in a tradition of ninja masters that dates centuries back are basically just cosplaying. Like there's two main people who claim to be grandmasters of ninjutsu today. One is Dr. Matsaki Hatsumi, who founded the Bonjinken Institute, and one of his most famous students was Stephen K. Hayes. You would know this stuff from the 80s and 90s. They both wrote a bunch of bullshit martial arts books on ninjutsu. Toga Kore Ryu ninjutsu, supposedly. But he was never willing to submit his documentation showing that he's the 34th grandmaster of Togakuri ninjutsu to any independent uh, um, sources, which is weird because if he did, his martial not only would he it solidify his credentials, but it would certify that his martial art in Japan would be classified as one of the classical Japanese arts, um, which they have. Um, and so there's also another guy who also claims to be the most legit grandmaster of ninjutsu. Now he actually seems more legit. Like Masaki Hasumi does know martial arts, but most of the stuff he's practicing are again samurai arts, being called ninja stuff. But they're just classical samurai arts, like shuriken jutsu, the throwing stars, bojutsu, taijutsu. These are all just arts stemming back from the time of the samurai. Taijutsu, which is the bare, the empty-handed martial art. Taijutsu is really just another way of talking about classical jujitsu. So anytime you hear someone saying taijutsu, just remember that's the same thing as talking about jujitsu, classical Japanese jujitsu, as opposed to Brazilian jujitsu. Literally any classical Japanese art can be this empty-handed can be referred to as taijutsu. Aside from karate and stuff coming stemming from Okinawa, all the stuff that stems from like mainland Japan, the classical arts that are empty-handed can loosely be referred to as taijutsu. But he does that stuff and it's very hokey. The other guy, he does admit that some of this stuff is basically based on samurai, but he also does claim he has credentials and documents showing that he's a legit ninja master stemming back from his teacher and their teacher and so on and so on. But again, he, like Masaki Hatsumi, will not submit his documentation for independent review. Because again, if it was legit, why wouldn't you submit it for independent review, since that would therefore not only legitimize your art and that you are a ninja and a ninja master, but you will receive certain government protections by the state of Japan um, for classical Japanese arts. And then there's two classifications. I think one is under Budo, another one I forgot is the other one. But there's two. There's basically two organizations in Japan that once something has been verified as a classical Japanese art, receives certain um, cre- credentials and protections as classical Japanese arts by the state of Japan, and neither one would do that. So it kind of makes you give them a side eye that they're not being serious. I know I'm ranting, guys. Let me get back to let me see what chat stuff I missed. So I'm just gonna time out losers. I'm not gonna repeat what somebody was saying like I was earlier. I don't have the patience. BSK said, "What's up? What's up, BSK? Haven't seen you in a while." Jess says, "Hey, hon, hope you're doing well. I've been busy with my new job. Finally off this weekend." Okay, what's up, Jess? I haven't. Yeah, it has been a few days. Also, hit me up because, like I said, I know you're local to me, so I was definitely want you to hit me up. Either hit me up by email or hit me up IG or Facebook. And you can send it to me privately, so you don't have to display it on here. BSK was saying hi. What's up to Jess? She said, "Yeah, it's definitely been a while. What's your email, huh?" Oh, it's Aman, AHMAN is in November, D is in Delta, at Terp, TERP, alum. ALUM dot UMD, M as in Mike, D as in Delta, dot edu. Um, but okay, so I again, guys, I'm sorry for trashing ninjas on International Ninja Day. Again, I still love ninjas. Like I love Jedi, but I know Jedi aren't real, just like I know ninja aren't real. Well, I should qualify that. There is Jedi realism, so there's a Jedi church, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Jedi known in the Star Wars films aren't real. But yes, there are people who actually do practice Jediism or Jedi realism. I actually am kind of well acquainted with that, with those folks, online at least. Um, but yeah, just like Jedi are fictional, historical ninja has been a bit of historical fiction, unfortunately. Um, what's another paranormal claim made in martial arts? So we talked about no touch knockouts. We talked about chi energy. We talked about ninjas. Let's go. Okay, let's get into the whole beating up entire armies or several people at once with martial arts. Now, to be sure, if you are a very if you are a very good martial artist, yes, you can fight several people at once. But the problem is that the difficulty becomes exponential. Like the the more people you add into the mix, the more combinatorially difficult it becomes. Because it's not just the difficulty of one plus two and such. No, like it becomes exponentially harder when you add, like, fighting one person already is can be difficult depending on the circumstances. Then you add two people, and we're talking about empty-handed here. But fighting two people becomes difficult. Then you talk about three. I mean, I really think three is the limit. You would be if you beat four people at once, that's more a I'm gonna say that's more luck than skill. Two or three, sure. Four people, I'm gonna say that was more by luck than skill. And then, like I said, you'll have movies and TV shows where people are beating 10, 20, 30 people all at once. I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen in real life. And I don't care how many of these and these claims that you can do that will only be made in traditional martial arts. You will not see anyone in combat sports making these sort of claims, because the fact that they have to realistically fight people for a living or for fun, whichever, they know the reality of how difficult it is to fight one person, much to say two or three. The only difference is in the context of self defense. Um, and when you're fighting in combat sports, is symmetric. Like, you're basically matched on skill, age, sex, um, weight, that sort of thing. When it comes to self defense, all that is fighting is asymmetric. You're not matched on your physical similarities. You could be quite dissimilar from the person attacking you. They may be bigger, faster, younger, older, stronger. I think I already said stronger, right? Smarter, or they can be fat, they can be slow, they can be old. We don't know, but they may also carry weapons, and the difference between street fighting compared to sports fighting is you should anticipate someone having a weapon. Aside from that, again, it's going to be very difficult to defeat multiple people. Like I said, sure, with enough skill and practicing how to defend yourself against multiple attackers, you can defend yourself possibly against two or three people. But when you start talking about four and more people, that's going to be mostly a matter of luck than skill. because, like I said, when you add more people to the mix, it doesn't just become this is an extra person to fight. It becomes exponentially harder to maneuver and defend and attack at the same time multiple people because we only have two arms and two legs. So, and our eyes have just basically 180 degrees of vision, a little bit over 180 degrees, but still not 360. So we can't anticipate and see everything, observe everything going on us around us at the same time. So that whole notion that you can just fight off an entire like team of people at once is BS. And any martial artist claiming to teach you such is BS. Like I said, the great equalizer are weapons. Having a weapon is a force multiplier. So whether you're talking, and I'm not talking about the legality of carrying a weapon, that's a whole different discussion. But leaving aside the legality of carrying certain weapons or what we call EDC tools, everyday carry tools, they are force multipliers. So you're more likely to defend yourself against multiple attackers when you have, say, a collapsible baton or or straight edge a straight edge knife, like obviously a firearm of some sort. But again, you have to consider the legality of those things. Like, or if you're somewhere where you can do open carry, cool. If you can do concealed carry, cool. If you can do constitutional carry, cool. Just know the laws. Know the laws where you live. But yes, if you are really serious about self defense against multiple attackers, you can't rely on the stuff they teach you about you can defend yourself against multiple attackers because it doesn't work like that in real life. It looks cool on screen, but that's it's just not going to go down like that. The more people you add, the harder it will be to survive that encounter. Okay, and I don't care how good you are. The toughest competitors in the world will tell you that people much better skilled than you or I put together would still be very fearful of encountering multiple people at once because they know it's not an encounter they will likely come through on top. Um, so if you are serious about defending yourself against multiple attackers, you have to look into carrying some sort of weapon legally. And like I said, that can be some sort of some sort of edged weapon if it's legal, blunted weapon if that's legal, or firearm if that's legal. But the notion that you can just fight off multiple people like Jet Li from the movie The One, where he was like literally beating thousands of people, like, no, that's not going to happen. Psych says just do it and be low key. I don't even know what that refers to. But yeah, I don't know if that fits the paranormal, but I think the belief that you can just barehanded it borders on the paranormal, believing that just through barehanded techniques you can fight off like multiple people. And when I say multiple, I'm talking about four and more people at once. That's just highly unlikely. Jesus Christ, God says I can beat up multiple people at once. I am the IP man. I have mastered the art of ninjutsu. First of all, is Ip Man, and you watch too many movies. First of all, we don't even call him Ip Man, and for me, I have to refer to him as Sijo because since my arts come through Bruce Lee and Bruce Lee comes through Yip Man, he was originally they. It depends on it depends on the transliteration of his name into English. But up until the movie, I used to always pronounce it Yip Man because it had a Y on it. So it you don't even know the real Yip Man. That real man was so tiny and frail. Um, he wouldn't have been beaten anyone. The dude was like 110 pounds soaking wet and like what 5'4", something like that. No, he wasn't beating anyone. And the art of ninjutsu again, ninjutsu is not a real martial art. It's not a real martial art. So you're just taking two pieces of bullshit and putting them together. I get that you're trying to be funny though. Yeah, you're dumb. I'm not gonna even address this one. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, so that's another one. Like I said, it's not necessarily paranormal, but it kind of borders on the belief in the paranormal that you can beat up multiple people at once. Like you can beat up a whole team of people. Let's see what time it is. What are some more martial arts paranormal claims? So we talked about ninjas. Like I said, they are not some superhuman warriors, and the historical ninja didn't even exist independently of the samurai. Dude, you can't you can't fight. I don't give a fuck how many push-ups you do. Doesn't translate in, that does not translate to fighting. And again, you can't. You're stupid. They are championship combat athletes. They wouldn't fight multiple attackers. There was a guy who's a champion like Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu MMA fighter who ran away from a mentally ill dude in New Zealand just to avoid fighting because again, people who can actually fight avoid fighting because when you fight on the streets, anything can happen. It's not the same as fighting in the ring or in the cage or on the mat. Like street fighting is unpredictable. And he did the smart thing and tried to get away from this mentally ill person and call the cops on him. Unfortunately, no one there were no cops, so eventually he had to put him down, knowing his Brazilian jiu-jitsu skills. But he avoided for as much as possible having to fight this guy because again, real fighters avoid trying to fight people because they know how badly it can turn out. No one would be bragging about I can do push-ups and can fight people. You're a fucking idiot. Your whole fucking name shows you're an idiot. Jesus Christ, scat. Like you're fucking retarded. And you can't fight. No one who's a fighter would brag about being able to fight, beat people up. Real fighters don't want to fight because it can turn horribly wrong in any given moment just by any sort of accident. Landon does stuff says that's cap, Jesus Christ, cap. Yeah, he's pure cap, Landon. Like I said, no real fighter would be saying dumb shit like that. He's just some little he's he's just some little keyboard warrior incel. Anytime you talk about martial arts, you bring out these little keyboard warrior incels. Um, all right, you, it's time for you to go night night because you're retarded. Go troll somewhere else. Anyway, these people are dumb. you have to weep for humanity sometimes when you see all these trolls that come on. Like these people are begging for psychotherapy and medication. Of course, I would advise them first to do, you know, hit the gym, because most men who are mentally ill aren't physically fit, and I'll stand by that. Mental fitness, physical fitness follows mental fitness follows physical fitness, especially for men. Men get more out of physical fitness psychologically because a lot of our health is tied to being physically active, kind of evolved that way. Anywho, that gets into another thing. Again, not exactly paranormal, but definitely borders on the stupid when it comes to martial arts. These people who believe that they can be like effective martial artists without doing any sort of physical conditioning, strength training, cardio. They think just merely practicing techniques every day will make them effective. And that's not true. Like, if you look at, again, going back to Okinawa, like these traditional Okinawan karate masters did strength and conditioning. They used to use kettlebell exercises, they used to run, they used to do calisthenics. Muay Thai. Muay Thai has been around for a while now, ever since the sport was modernized back in like I want to say like late 1800s, early 1900s, when they took the traditional art of Muay Baran, which is just like a umbrella term for classical Thai martial arts. They took those and modernized, gave us made a modern sport out of it when they introduced the Western boxing into it, and ever since then they did strength and conditioning exercises and cardio. Like there's a common phrase in Muay Thai: "No run, no Muay Thai," which means you need to run every day in Muay Thai to stay conditioned. If anything, they've had to introduce strength training into Muay Thai specifically, but they always had did conditioning and calisthenics and cardio. You had to run. They did a lot of, um, but they didn't traditionally use weight exercise like weight training. They did like body weight exercises like push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, um, stuff like that. Um, but now modern Muay Thai training and cardio in their exercises. Even in old school kung fu, like most kung fu is usually kung fu is usually one of the worst offenders when it comes to talking about just thinking you could practice technique endlessly and be a huge be this super fighter. But some of the old kung fu masters did made their students do a lot of strength and conditioning exercises. Like usually they would make them run to their to their to their training holes every day. Like usually everywhere you go, you have to run to it as part of your conditioning. And then they would make them do all sorts of strenuous exercises as part of the training. But nowadays you'll go to some places and they have no conditioning exercises whatsoever. Even though you see it in Shaolin, like in Shaolin, some may say it's not traditional Shaolin. I won't get into that discussion here. But even in like Shaolin training, like they did a lot of conditioning exercises. But some of these, but a lot of stuff that now might be called wushu, the more modernized kung fu that came about after the Cultural Revolution in the 50s, took away a lot of the stuff that made kung fu effective, like the sparring, the conditioning and strength training. So that has to be reintroduced. Telling says Muay Thai, I used to whoop people with that when I was a juvenile with my two, whatever you said. I don't believe you. No one brags about I was doing Muay Thai and beating people up. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I've been in street fights, but I don't go around bragging about I can beat, like, no, you can't fight. Only Muay Thai you seen is probably here online. I don't believe you even been to a class. Maybe you've been to an intro class, but you can't fight. And yes, guys, I'm gonna continue roasting people who are full of shit. Consider this a smoke session for people who are fugazi. Um, but yeah, so I will always advocate running as part of your martial arts. Like, I should, it shouldn't just be no run, no Muay Thai. It should be no run, no martial arts. Like, you really need the benefits of cardiovascular fitness to be an effective martial artist. You was talking about Steven Seagal, who you spelled Seagull. Sure, sure you were. No, you weren't. No, you don't. Aikido isn't even a combat martial art. The grandmaster of Aikido himself, Morihei Ueshiba, said that. Like, it was he developed Aikido to be a spiritual internal art, which is why when he developed it from Aiki Jiu-Jitsu, he took out all the stuff, all the combative elements out of Aiki Jiu-Jitsu when he made Aikido. Aikido was not meant to be a combat art. And if someone wants to do a combat art, they'd be better off doing either Kodokan Judo, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, or karate. So again, guys, when you talk about martial arts, you're gonna attract a lot of weirdos. Especially, so I'm talking right now to the people who are gonna watch this on replay, watch this broadcast on replay, and you check and you click on the live replay of this chat, and you see all these weirdos talking all this dumb shit. Yeah, like this dumb fuck right here, MF Jones. Talking about martial arts brings out a lot of retarded people because the martial arts community um, attracts a lot of idiots, a lot of weirdos, unfortunately. Which is why a lot of people who are, which is why a lot of the more sensible people train in modern martial arts or mixed martial arts, um, to get away from idiots like this. Modern martial arts are like mixed martial arts, MMA, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, um, Savat, catch wrestling, okay, luta livre, sanda. These are modern martial arts. Um, Unfortunately, as much as I love traditional martial arts, it attracts a lot of idiots and weirdos. Um, which is why, again, I was saying that there's a lot of paranormal claims made in the martial arts community because you have so many of these weirdos that embrace these beliefs and keep them going despite there not being any evidence for them. People who believe they can channel chi energy to do no touch knockouts, or they can make their body invincible. So there's another thing that people think they can do with chi energy is they think they can turn their bodies invincible through the right channeling of chi energy, which is just bullshit. You cannot turn your body into steel like some idiot made earlier in the stream through breathing exercises and yelling and grinding out horse stances and stuff like that. Bruce Lee made a lot of enemies back in the day in the 60s because he called out a lot of this martial arts bullshit in his day and age. Um, and because of his efforts into research into making martial arts more realistic, he became known as the father of MMA. He preached strength and conditioning, cardio, sparring. He believed hard sparring was the golden standard for any martial art. Donald Tier UMF says, one time I knocked out Michael Jai White in one hit by using my 3-inch chi energy air punch. Sure you did, dumbass. Anyway, Sky says hello. Hope all is good. What's up, Sky? So yeah, so yeah, that's another related chi energy belief is that they can turn their body invincible through proper breathing exercises. Um, there's another belief in iron hand training, which is through um, hitting like constantly hitting like uh, harder substance. You can turn your hands into like rock hard fists. It's called iron hand training. It starts usually like hitting sand, and then it becomes gradually harder substances like uh, rock, cement, steel, whatever. And really, all it does is it causes calluses in your knuckles, and it causes these micro fractures in your hands, which harden and desensitize them. But that's really not necessary. If you really want to, the better way to toughen your hands nowadays is just to hit the heavy bag. Same thing with like, and unfortunately, I'm gonna pick on Muay Thai. My favorite art is how they desensitize the shins. The old fashioned way is they would use this little roller to go back and forth across the shins, and it would desensitize the shins by causing these little micro fractures, which would then um, harden the shin bone, but also the constant rolling back and forth of the shin roller on your lower leg would kind of kill the nerves, so it would desensitize it. But to desensitize your shins, you're just better off again just kicking the heavy bag, the Muay Thai banana bag, which hangs all the way to the bottom of the floor so that you can kick low. And that way you can desensitize your shins through constant reps either on the heavy bag or on the Thai pads. That's the better way to desensitize your shins in this day and age instead of doing the traditional roller, which is just painful. And it can cause like undue injury to your leg bones by doing that as well. So I would advise people, if you want to do body toughening exercises for either your hands or your legs, just hit the heavy bag. Don't rely on these iron hand exercises or these shin desensitizing tools. Just hit the heavy bag. That's the better way to desensitize your those those parts of your body. Because, like I said, the desensitization you do with the shin rolling exercises may cause permanent damage. And akin to that, the iron hand exercises, you may cause yourself some really bad arthritis through those exercises. So don't do that. Um, Let me get to the comments here. Jesse says, I like bum fights, $100 and a sandwich. Yeah, but that's diabolical, Jesse. that's I feel that's kind of exploitative. I've never watched them, but it's definitely exploitative. It's probably funny, but I couldn't condone that stuff. I haven't really watched them outside of like the few clips that I've seen online. I've never like watched the whole thing of it. It just seems pretty tawdry. Okay. Um, Arab Mario says for real. He said that's like Shaolin monk stuff. Jesse said that gives you big knuckles. I used to use a fridge for a punching bag. Like I understand. Like as a martial artist, especially as a teenager, I used to just punch and kick everything. And low key, I kind of still do. I still kind of punch walls and shelves and walls, but I don't like hit them like full on unless I'm like angry. I just use it sometimes because I just feel punchy. So I'll punch and kick stuff. And I thought I was the only one, so I realized most martial artists do that. I like I'll go to like I'll go to like a cabinet and I'm bobbing and weave while I'm moving the door, or I'll block it or parry the cabinet door and punch and or kick. And anyway, it it's fun to do, but that's not really good for like as far as like body conditioning exercises. Like I said, the best way to toughen your hands and your legs is just using a heavy bag or doing the or using the Thai pads. Donald says I just use my wife, and that earns you a ban. I won't. I don't find that funny. Domestic abuse. So you can go. You're a fucking loser. Um, Arab says, don't they kick bamboo? Yeah, they kick bamboo, but the thing is, those bamboo trees aren't. It's an illusion. Like it looks like it's really hard because of the movie Kickboxer with Van Damme, which is a classic movie everyone should see if you are into like classic martial arts films. But no, the bamboo isn't really that hard. Like it's no harder than kicking a heavy bag. So anyone can kick down a like those little bamboo trees. Is like actually they're not bamboo trees. They're like banana trees or rubber trees, whatever. But yeah, they're not. It's not like hitting a big oak. It's not like kicking at a big oak tree, which I have done. Um, those little banana trees are very easy to kick down, and a lot of people, a lot of tourists who go to Thailand and then maybe go to a Thailand gym, a Muay Thai gym, will often ask their coach to take them to one of these little banana trees so they can kick it down. Really, anyone can do it. It's like breaking a board. Like anyone can kind of break a board if if you keep doing that. But yeah, those aren't hard. Not kicking down one of those little banana trees. I wish I had did that when I was there, but I was only I did my seminar for a day. If I had stayed probably longer, they probably would have let me go somewhere and kick down one of those little rubber trees. But yeah, that's not difficult. Jesse says I have a 5 foot punching bag. My son loves beating the shit out of it. Hey, if he gets a little catharsis out of it, why not? He said yard junk was the poor man's punching bag as a teen. No, no, no. The poor man's punching bag was what I had. It was the army duffel bag. Because I don't know, I'm not the only one. A lot of people would take an army duffel bag and fill it full of rags and hang it on a tree or something like that. That's what I did. I just stuffed mine with a bunch of old ass clothes that I was too big for. Hung it on the backyard tree, and I would wail on it like every weekend. Actually, more than a weekend. I would sometimes after school, but mostly on the weekends. And my neighbors used to watch me like practicing. But yeah, the army duffel bag was like the poor man's punching bag back in the day, definitely. Or if you were really sophisticated, I guess you could like uh, take like some trash bags and fill them with water and put that in your army duffel bag and then hang it. But that was more likely to bust. So it was either just to stuff it with like rags or whatever, something like that, rags and clothes. Jesse says, "What about iron egg training?" If you talking about the guys who be letting the dudes kick them in their bowls, I definitely can't recommend that. That just looks so goofy. And I think sometimes they're not really kicking them in the bowls. I think they're kicking them on the inside of their thigh. But just the fact that you let someone kick you in the bowls to toughen, that's not a place that will get tougher through training. It's it's not a muscle. So um yeah, kicking at someone's testicles is just a good way of it's just a nice way of sterilizing them. But but it's definitely not gonna make them tougher that they can take a full on kick when someone does it out of like like they really want to attack them. I wouldn't recommend it. Um, Jesse says I couldn't get my hands on an army bag back then, but I definitely had the idea. Well, see, it was like an army surplus store that was like right near me when I was younger. So I went to the army surplus store and bought like the duffel bag from there. I think I bought some other stuff from them. I wish the place still. I love those little military surplus stores. But nowadays, you can just go online. Um, if you the other poor man's punching bag instead of the if you didn't have a duffel bag was to take an old mattress and tie up the mattress and turn that into a punching bag. I've seen people do that too. Like that was like the I think that was the ghetto punching bag in the day was to take an old mattress and tie it up and hit and punch on that. Omar says I've been having problems with my feet and my legs. How could I make it better? You have to be more specific. I don't know what you mean. I'm not a doctor, so I can't prescribe you anything dependent like I you know I would recommend you go see your doctor. So I can't give I can't give people medical advice unless you're talking about unless you're just talking about something very specific like sports related type stuff like sore or whatever from working out. But if you're talking about like you think you have some sort of injury or long term pain, you need to go see a doctor. um, Jesse says and the big old weights to their nuts and they tie big old weights. Oh yeah, that's just crazy. He said we used to get the Mickey Mouse paratrooper boots from Ray's Army Navy. Mickey Mouse, Mickey Mouse paratrooper boot. I don't know what that is. Unless you talking about the jump boots, like we call them jump boots because actually after you've qualified, um, after you come from what we call jump school, which is the airborne training school, which I didn't do. I wish I did when I was still in the service. And I wasn't even scared to do it. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to extend the time I was in. After AIT, I wanted to come right back home. I didn't want to go from AIT, then air go to jump school airborne training for another. I think airborne school is 3 weeks. I can't remember. It's like 5 weeks, 3 weeks. I can't remember, but I was like, no, I just want to get home, get to my permanent duty station because I wanted to be back by July the 4th. I even had like a date I was anticipating at the time because I met a girl in Fort Gordon, Georgia, and she said she actually had family in Maryland and said, she was planning on being up there. I was like, yo, let's hook up. And she took my number. She was mad cute. I was surprised. I mean, I don't want to undersell myself, but I was really surprised she was even into me because she was gorgeous. I think it was I guess it was the fact that I was in the army, and she lived in a place like Augusta where there wasn't much going on. Honestly, she, to her credit, she was up there in D.C. Unfortunately, she did, and she even called. And my little sister got took the message from me. Unfortunately, I was out when she called, and I never got back in touch with her. But anyway, back to the point. I don't know what Mickey Mouse paratrooper boots are, but maybe you're referring to the jump boots that they, because after you come from airborne school, like you, because you're now airborne qualified, you can wear the jump boot. You could wear the jump boots with your regular uniform, but back then, well, it probably depended on your commander. Like, if your commander didn't care, then it probably wasn't a big deal. But some places they wouldn't allow you to wear the jump boots unless you were airborne qualified. So if you were airborne qualified, you could wear them, obviously. Plus, I mean, because it would show, because on your uniform you would have the wings right here showing, you know, because there was airborne and air assault. Both of them are mistakenly called airborne, but airborne referred to, like, the people who had to jump out of the planes. Then there was air assault, which was called airborne, which were the people who repelled from the helicopters and would do a bunch of other stuff for, like, uh, pre- um, preparing with air air support and stuff like that. But in any case, both of them refer to airborne, and you could wear the jump boots if you qualified under either. So, wish I bought those. He said they were hella warm. Yeah. He's World War II old surplus boots. Okay, those. So those probably the original guys. The 101st, 82nd. Like I said, there's 82nd Airborne, which refers to the people who actually jump out the planes, and there's the 101st who are the air assault. But a lot of us do both, and they're called 101, 101st, 82nd Airborne paratroopers. When you've done both, they consider 101st, 82nd Air Force paratrooper, and usually it's a prerequisite for people who want to go on to to do special forces, whether they want to become an Army Ranger, Green Beret, or what are the other one of the other things. I don't know what the old boots look like. From what I've seen, they weren't very comfortable though. But then the ones we wore weren't that comfortable too. The ones the Army wear now, those are comfortable. Those are made to fit like really snug hiking boots. They look very comfortable. But the ones we had to wear, nah, man. Jesse says, I think the paratrooper ones were the white. We got black ones. Yeah, we got the black ones. But like I said, the jump boots were the ones where it had the extra piece on the toes for the I think it had like this I think the difference was the jump boots had like the steel toe part on it as a as opposed to the regular combat boots. But I also heard they were really comfortable. Plus, they just looked better. And like when you were in uniform, they just looked better than the regular combat boots. Like they, I think when once you shined them up, they looked better than the regular combat boots. So I wish I bought some because like most commanders probably didn't care if you wore them with a uniform, but it would look better if you were airborne qualified. Uh, David VFXX says okay. I don't know what he's saying okay to, but um, thank you. Jesse says my son looked it up. He said GI extreme cold weather boots ring a bell. Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So that's different. Yeah. So you have your cold weather gear. So that's different. The cold weather gear are a whole different uniform. So you had those. I've never had those, but yeah, you do have the cold weather gear stuff. Um, I never had to wear that. He said they are bulbous. He said, "Are you talking about the that little valve thing? You talking about you talking about on the jump boots, the little steel toe thing? I forgot how they look because it's been so long ago. But like the jump boots, at least when we were in, this is late 90s, early 2000s, they were all black, but they look different. You know, they look noticeably different from the regular combat boots. Like I said, they had like this little steel toe on the front, which I think was made to protect your feet for um, when uh, jumped out of planes because you know you had hard contact with the surface. Because typically, I think when how they taught you to jump out is you jump out, you land feet first, and then you roll over. You roll to your side to absorb the impact of the ground. So, but of course, because of that, since you made first contact with your feet, the your boots have to be sturdier than regular combat boots. So that's why I think they were steel toed. I think you can look it up if you want. I like I said, I don't remember. It was so long ago. Uh, just as a yeah, because you could go smashing through a tree, breaking branches all along. Oh, that's even worse if you ended up landing in a tree. Because I mean, because part of what you had to do to qualify in jump school, I think you had to do. I think you had to do 4 qualified jumps. I can't remember. It's like I think it's four qualified or 6 qualified. I can't remember, but I think at least 2 of them had to be night jumps. So that made it even scarier because you couldn't even see. Again, I didn't do it because not because I was a punk, but just because I was again I was being lazy and I didn't want to be in training for an extra 3 or 5 weeks, whatever. Now I wish I did it because I would have did jump school, and then I would have went right to air assault afterwards too to get the qualification. And I could wear what I wanted because those boots were so much better. He said could get impaled. Yeah, you could get impaled, um, or you might just break a limb on those branches, or break a neck. Like like so much can go wrong if you don't you know touch grass literally. Well, you know how people say touch grass to mean people need to you know do things to keep themselves normal, but when I say touch grass I mean literally like touch the field, as opposed to like you don't want to land in a tree or somewhere jagged. Like that would be the worst thing. Like I said, anything can go wrong with a tree. You can get stuck up there. At best you get stuck, but at worst, yes, you can get impaled, you can break a limb or even a neck. So, and even like I said, even if you that didn't happen to you, just got stuck in a tree, that would still be bad because like if you know if you're actually making a jump in actual combat, if you landed somewhere other than on a flat surface like in a tree, you left yourself a, you left yourself an open target. Like when you jump, you're supposed to get to the ground as quickly as possible and then quickly disengage your chute and hit the ground running. But if you got to first disengage from a tree, that will leave you a pretty like you will probably be a casualty. He said we built a house for an army ranger. On one of his missions, a guy broke his ankle to 1 million pieces. Jesus. They split up his gear amongst them and continued the mission only option. Damn. That's rough. But anyway, I want to I want to get too far off topic. I want to get back to all these little extraordinary claims people make in martial arts. And I think you've been a vet yourself. Like you realize how ridiculous some of these martial arts claims are. I remember in basic training, like they was telling us, look, guys, they was like, you're not gonna be doing all that little fancy kung fu bullshit here in the army. It was funny, like, cause I remember we had to do the pogo stick training, right? The big Q-tips. And he was like, "Don't think all that kung fu shit's gonna work here." He said that's not realistic and stuff like that. And at the time, I was still like hard headed, like not that I was into all my kung fu BS, but you know, I had practice with staffs, so I was like, I can do some staff techniques, and indeed I did, because you know, in my pogo, like when we had to spar with the pogo sticks, I kept I kept jabbing the guy in the face with it, and then when he, you know, after I jabbed him in the face with it, I just swept across them with the stick and knocked him down. I didn't even mean to because that was my homeboy, and I was like, "Yo, you all right?" He's like, no, I'm good." He said, "I'm cool." But yeah, I was like jabbing at him with his face, then I swept around. First of all, we made everyone laugh because when we grabbed the sticks and went to spar, we came in and bowed to each other, and people was like, "Oh, here we go." and then like I did this little spinning technique with the pogo stick, and I'm pretty sure the trainer was rolling his eyes, but I mean, again, it worked. I knocked the guy out. um, and I didn't get my follow up fight because everyone who won their match was supposed to do a follow up. And I asked the drill sergeant, I was like, so I said, who's gonna be? I said, drill sergeant, who's gonna be my follow up match? He said, it might be me, Pride. So I was like, oh, he was joking though, but he was trying to be serious. I think he looked like he wanted to laugh. But yeah, I, and when you get your hand to hand combat training in the army, they will quickly disabuse you of a lot of the bullshit they teach you in traditional martial arts. Like you're not fighting multiple opponents. You're not going to be throwing chi energy at people. You're not going to be using aikido or tachi to beat people up. None of that's going to work in the actual combat situation. Oh, you said no military service on my end. Oh, okay, my bad. You just had contact with military folks, but yeah, like I said, when when we were in basic training, we had to do like a few days of hand to hand combat training. Like we did the close quarters combat, then we did the pogo stick training. Then from the pogo stick training, we used that to translate to using a bayonet on our rifle, which was cool as hell. Because a lot of people are like, why would modern military still use bayonets? Because in close quarters, you're close enough to fight hand to hand, which is close quarter. Like you're not going to get away from close quarters combat, no matter how advanced we get in weaponry. Like there's still going to be a time when you're in close quarters with someone, which means you need to know how to use your hands and knives, which is why we still do bayonet training. On top of that, if you run out of ammo, you better use that bayonet. so, so um, the bayonet is still a part of our training. I mean, even so much so, like in the Marines, they still get a service issue knife, I believe. One of the Marines can fact check me on that. But I think they still get a service issue knife. We didn't, but we did get bayonet training. So if you went into infantry, you would probably get the bayonet knife as part of your TA 50 gear. TA 50 gear is just a term for all of our combat gear. And Jesse said, sweep the leg. You actually sweeping the leg is very effective. Like this is why we sweep all the time in Muay Thai. We can do a hip sweep and a leg sweep. Funny thing is we can't do those judo leg sweeps where you can hook your leg around the other person. That's not allowed in Muay Thai rules. But you can sweep the leg using the foot. But you can't hook your leg around someone and take them out that way. You can either foot sweep them or you can hip sweep them. He said pig sticker never goes out of usefulness. Is that what they call it? Pig sticker. He said my son says the bayonet training coming at you is an intimidation factor, not wrong, but it doesn't look friendly. And what's more than intimidation? They will. I mean, if you don't block, so with the bayonet training, not only are you taught how to attack people with it, you're taught to counterattack. Like, so if someone attacks you with a bayonet, you're showing how to parry parrying their bayonet and then counter strike them. And of course, that can get intricate if you both counterattack each other. So it becomes a matter of skill or chance. So obviously, that's when the martial arts comes into effect. Because if you have the bayonet training and you know martial arts, particularly with weapons, like particularly Filipino weapons training, it becomes very effective in learning close quarters combat using the rifle now as a blunt weapon instead of as a firearm, where you can attach the bayonet and use it basically as a as a uh, as a long sword. Jesse says the booty scoop thigh sweep is pretty brutal. Sounds fun. Yeah. So like I said, so even in modern martial arts, like I said, I have to criticize them on the shin desensitization. I think it's not that it's paranormal, but I think it's not the best way to toughen one's lower legs for kicking. I think the better way is to desensitize them through kicking heavy bags. And then, like I said, some places will let you in Thailand kick down the rubber trees, but they're not they're not really that hard. They're not gonna like injure your leg like you saw in the movie Kickboxer. It'll be just like kicking a like a tough heavy bag. Um, but what is some? All right, I'm trying to think of some other BS stuff in martial arts. Okay, so I kind of hinted on this 2 days ago when I talked about the sixth sense. So this is another BS thing that they teach in martial arts. Um, is the belief that you can develop a sixth sense. First of all, the whole call sixth sense or fighter's intuition is bullshit anyway, because there's already more than five physical senses. They always teach five physical senses to people, but if you've taken physiology, you know that there's at least nine. Some physiologists even claim more, but it's commonly agreed that we have at least nine physical senses. Um, so you have touch, taste, right, vision, smell, hearing, but you also have kinesthetic. Uh, well, you have balance, vestibular balance, which comes through the fluid in your ear, um, gives you body balance, and you know that because people who have a disturbance in the fluids in the fluid of their ear causes them to have uh, dizziness, right? There's also kinesthetic awareness, which is the sense of your body in its environment. People who have a high kinesthetic awareness tend to be good in athletics, like basketball players, high level basketball players whose kinesthetic awareness is of such a sort that they can pick out all their teammates, on the basketball court, without even looking. Like they can just throw a pass to someone um, through their high level of kinesthetic awareness. Another physical sense is the sense of pain. Like that should be almost obvious, but the sense of pain is a separate sense. It's called nociception, um, whereas regular touch is called proprioception. But the sense of pain is nociception, which is being able to sense pain for obvious reasons, right? If you can detect pain, you can avoid bodily injury. It kind of makes sense, right? Um, and the fourth one is a sense of temperature. Again, that kind of relates to touch and pain, which is sensing temperature. Like you can sense the heat coming off of something, obviously to avoid injury or burning yourself. Like how many people to see whether the stove is still, I mean, the stove is still hot, would just place their hand above the stove to see if it's still warm. That's That's your sense of judging temperature. So those are your nine physical senses. Okay, so to call the intuition of fighting the sixth sense is a misnomer, obviously. But getting back to it, there there's no intuition like where you can there is intuition. So this is another thing. So I do want to dispel that. So there is an actual scientific uh, notion of intuition, which is we have plenty of literature for it in scientific psychology. It's called deliberation before attention effect, which is basically the ability to make unconscious inferences that you can sometimes you would have decided upon something before you're consciously aware of that decision. That's called, deliberation before attention effect. That is a very real form of intuition that you can make unconscious inferences. The most obvious form of intuition is drivers who can make left hand turns in traffic. Um, to make left hand turns in traffic comes from a level of expertise in driving, which can't really be taught to someone in driving school. Like they can only get it through having enough driving experience. They will know how to make a left hand turn while in traffic, but it's not really something you can teach someone in driving school, unfortunately. um, it just comes through it just comes through constant practice, and in such, often in athletics, there are people who are better at doing stuff that can only be effective through just constant practice and repetition. However, it becomes paranormal when you believe that you can predict a person's moves before they even make it. And one of the common ways they do this in martial arts, Bushido, is they I've seen this in some of these fake ninja schools, is that they'll have someone sitting down, like kneeling down in front of the ninja master, and he'll have like a bamboo sword, like a shinai, and he's going to come down on the person's head, and they're supposed to know when to roll out of the way so they don't get thwacked on the top of the head with the shinai. And when it was studied, you found out that no one performed it better than 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 the level of chance 50, 50-50. The only time people perform better than the odds of chance were when the instructor was purposely given some sort of nonverbal cue to the person in front of him to move out of the way to miss the bamboo sword hitting them. Like often what he would do is he might, and it might not even been deliberate what the instructor was doing, but if this was their assistant instructor or their favorite students, then they would usually give them some little nonverbal cue to move out of the way in time of the sword coming down, which is either they would do like a slight delay as they brought the sword down on them, um, or they would or they would telegraph it, like they would, instead of just coming straight down, they would move the arm up before coming down, like something that would telegraph the fact that they were about to bring the sword down onto their head. That was the only time anyone actually rolled out of the way um, to avoid the sword hitting them in the head, performed better than the odds of chance itself. So it was pure BS, like this whole intuition that you could develop, this fighter's sense. Um, that's some paranormal BS. Let me get back to the chat here. Eric, what's up? He's back. Eric Guapo. He says paranormal martial arts does not exist no matter how much I wanted to. No touch knockouts would be amazing. I know, right? Everyone would want to learn it if it was real. The problem is because there's so much interest in it, it keeps that whole notion alive. So there are people who still teach it because there are so many people willing to believe that it exists. And these teachers are defrauding these people because they have their assistants pretend to get knocked out to keep students coming, and then it becomes this performative. It becomes just a performative issue with these people in the class. Like they all want to be seen. They all want to be favored by the instructor, so they will play along, like role playing with the teacher, and act like he knocked them down. Sometimes these teachers will have like a whole bunch of people lined up, um, and instead of it being no touch knockout, they'll just do something like poke them, and all of a sudden, all these guys go flying away. Like, if people don't believe me, go to the YouTube channel called McDojo Life. He has all of that stuff up. You have these people who will pretend like um, that they all go flying across the flying across the mats when the instructor would just come up and be like, "Boink," and they'd be like, "Whoa!" It's funny. Um, or that Russian slap master guy. That guy is. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure he's mentally disturbed. Like I don't know. Has anyone? I don't know the guy's name, but the little Russian slap fighting. This guy comes in and he looks like he's suffering from like tardive dyskinesia or something like that, or I don't know, tardive dyskinesia or some sort of like muscular spasms or something. He be doing these little moves, acting like he's. You could tell he's just faking it. And then he does the little random slap against the heavy bag. He's like, I'm not even joking. It's hilarious. And like, I don't know what it's actually called, but I just call it Russian slap fighting. That is some pure BS. But I don't, yeah, but I don't know what's funnier, the no touch knockouts or the guys who will just poke at the students and they all go flying across the go flying across the room. I guess it's a matter of preference which one you think is more stupid. Because I mean, again, no touch knockouts is just physically impossible, and the poke is almost, I would say, pretty much just as physically impossible too. Like you're gonna just merely poke someone, and all 10 of them would just go flying across the go flying across the room. It's hilarious. And then, or they'll they'll do one where they'll act like they'll throw chi energy, and the person's just sitting there, goes on the floor and starts spasming like it's hilarious. I'm like, these people are such horrible actors. It's funny as I don't know what. One guy, he did it, and like the student came charging at them, and unfortunately, he actually made contact with the person and knocked them down. And but the reverse, so it was the opposite. So he was teaching his student right to do the no touch knockouts, and so the person came charging at them. They accidentally made contact with them and knocked themselves down. But to show, but to pretend that the students no touch knockout actually worked, the instructor went down, started spasming and doing all this sort of stuff. When it was the student who was actually hurt because he actually accidentally hit the instructor. It was just dumb. And like I said, if you guys really want to see a lot of paranormal martial arts bullshit, check out McDojo Life. He has all that stuff up on his channel. It's some of it's funny, some of it's just sad, and some of it's cringe. So if anyone wants to check out a bunch of stuff on paranormal martial arts, go to McDojo Life. And there's a guy on Facebook, on Instagram called Mark Mugen. He's a Filipino mixed martial artist. He shares a lot of the same stuff that McDojo Life does, but he and his partner will go like replicating the stuff that they see people doing in these videos to make it look, to show just how absurd it is. So both of them, Martin Mugen, I don't remember his whole name, but it's Mark Mugen, Mugen, and McDojo Life. Check those guys out if you want to check out like paranormal martial arts getting debunked. Like I said, the highest of them, I think, of all of them is George Dillman. and he deserves it. uh, Busto Two says, "Do you know Thai boxing?" I know a little bit of Thai boxing. Yes. Uh, actually, Buster Two, if you want to see me demonstrating some Muay Thai, I have a video. Go to my so I have different categories. In my categories, I have martial arts training. I have a an old video of me in Pattaya, Thailand, training at Venom Training Camp. My wife caught um, some of the training and made a video, so you can check that out there. Uh, and if you want to sign, if you pay $2.99, you can sign up as a member. I do a tutorial on Muay Thai basic skills. So if you're interested, you can go, you can sign up, become a member, starting at $2.99, and I have some exclusive uh, members only content. And one of them is me doing a tutorial of Muay Thai basics that you can do right at home in your own bedroom. Like I literally do it in my bedroom to show you you can do it right then and there, and it's nothing too advanced that you can't do no matter what your skill level is or your level of flexibility. Okay, it's not, so I leave out all the more difficult or athletic, agile type stuff that some knock Muay do, Muay Thai boxers. Okay, check that out if you like. And like I said, the free content is the video of me training at Venom Training Camp in Pattaya. Okay. Eric says, "Do you follow or have seen McDojo Life?" Oh yeah, yeah. So you already mentioned it. Good stuff. But yeah, I follow him. Uh, he said about these martial arts frauds. He says, "I love his channel because he exposes these guys." Yep. He even exposes people that abuse students, which I don't think that counts as a McDojo, but he thinks that people who abuse their students should be considered McDojo as well. I think that's a separate category, but I guess this is a matter of I, I guess it's just a matter of definition, but he also classifies people who abuse their students, whether physically or sexually, as McDojos as well. I, I will put that in a separate category because whether or not they abuse their students is a separate. I think it's separate from whether they're actually teaching them fraudulent stuff. But I get why he says it because he was actually a victim of that as a child himself. So he considers that a McDojo as well. Anyone who would abuse their students, which I get that. He said that Russian slapper is hilarious. I love watching him. Yo, I can't get enough of him. Like I honestly don't know if he's just a fraud or if he's like he has mental problems. I've said on multiple occasions, I think the Russian slap fight guy is I think he actually has psychological problems. I don't believe anyone who would could take that seriously. Like he it's just so ridiculous. Bus is okay, thanks. I'll check it out. No, thank you for checking it out. I appreciate you checking it out. And if you do, please give me a like and a subscribe. Like I said, if I get more members, I'm gonna make more members only content as well for martial arts and other stuff. Because most of the members only content I made is geared towards martial arts and physical fitness. Because I do eventually plan on doing a second channel, which is all gonna be geared towards martial arts and physical fitness. So this channel is just sort of like a catch-all for all the things I'm interested in. But I might make a separate channel like I said, for me just doing martial arts, and then I might make a separate channel with my wife where we just either discuss traveling and show our stuff while traveling. So there might be another channel, but we'll see. I think definitely if I do a channel with my wife, that'll be very successful, just because people like seeing women better than they like seeing guys, um, in as content creators. But yeah, more members. Definitely I'll do more members only content. I've been thinking about doing exclusive video where I teach people like sort of defensive tactics, like the blocking, uh, evasive, um, like evasive skills, blocking, footwork. And I still do plan on, and I've been saying this for the last year and a half, which I still am going to do, but I do plan on making a video where I do like my Jeet Kune Do kickboxing, like like a shadow boxing, just showing me like freestyle shadow boxing. It won't be a tutorial. It'll just be me doing like a shadow boxing routine, and that won't be members exclusive. That's going to be for everyone. It's just I haven't had the right setup to do it because with the members only content, it's more of like a one-on-one intimate sort of thing. But if I'm gonna make something this for everyone, I want it to be a better production quality. So that I do still plan on doing that when I get a chance. But yeah, where are we? So all the things I've addressed so far. So no touch knockouts, chi energy, turning your body, making your body invincible through chi energy, um, being able to fight multiple attackers at once, um, superhuman ninjas, um, the oh, the fighter's sixth sense. What else can we talk about? Obviously, obviously the stuff in anime is completely fake. So I shouldn't even have to. Maybe I do, but I shouldn't have to dispel the fact that none of that stuff people do in Naruto and Dragon Ball Z is real, right? I should be able to let people know that you can't. There's no such thing as genjutsu that can allow you to do stuff like cloning yourself and doing all sorts of magic. Like I would hope that adults realize that stuff is not real, but I might be making a big assumption. So none of that stuff in Dragon Ball, you cannot teleport yourself. Okay, you cannot train wearing like 500-pound gravity boots and stuff like that. um, what else does Goku do? Obviously, not throwing energy balls at people. You cannot borrow the energy from other people around to throw a big energy, a big spirit energy ball at people by borrowing the energy, chi energy of everyone around you. Obviously, can't turn yourself invisible. I'm, it just seems ridiculous that I've even had to spell these out, but there there are at least one or two people that might actually believe the stuff they see in anime. And I'm not talking about kids. I'm talking about adults. There are probably some adults who watch anime all their life and do believe that given enough martial arts training, they could probably do some of these things. So you can't teleport. You can't make yourself invisible. You can't clone yourself. You can't throw energy balls, chi energy balls, or whatever. Uh, you can't turn. You can't elevate your physical skills just by yelling as loud as possible. Not going Super Saiyan. um, you can't eat stuff that temporarily makes you invincible. um, what else do they do? Um, so many weird stuff. You can't light yourself on fire or light someone else on fire. You can't by mere thought through telepathy, like control someone's ability to defend themselves or not defend themselves. Obviously. um, what else? Oh, here's one. This might make some people uncomfortable. Not men, but well, some men, but generally women. Sorry, women. I don't care how good you are at martial arts. You are not beating a man twice your size. I don't care how many Marvel movies you watch. I don't care how many times you watch Black Widow. and the bodyguards of Black Panther, the Dora Milaje. I don't care how much you've seen the Dora Milaje or Black Widow or Wonder Woman or that god awful Captain Marvel. Women are not beating men twice their size, not barehanded. And even trained female competitors in MMA, Muay Thai, or wrestling are not beating a man twice their size. There's a weight division for a reason in combat sports because that weight gives you undue advantage against smaller people. So if a woman would be like maybe like even a female lightweight fighting a male lightweight, the guy is obviously gonna have advantages because he's stronger, faster, more agile, and has more endurance than a woman. But if it was a like MMA champion against a regular average Joe who has no training, no physical fitness, she could probably beat him if they're the same size. But if he's more than twice her, if he's her twice her size or bigger, it doesn't matter how good of an MMA, Muay Thai, or wrestling champion or BJJ champion she is. She's not beating that man. That doesn't really. I don't think that's really paranormal, but it's just common sense. Like, look, most women can't even do a freaking pull up, which is why they took it out of the Army combat fitness test 2 years ago. Like, they literally took out pull ups, and you only needed one to qualify for the ACFT, the Army combat fitness test, because women couldn't perform it. So they took it out of the Congress decided to take it out of the Army combat test because the Army sets the standard when it comes to combat fitness. So if they had to do it, then they would have, had a ripple effect that other branches would have incorporated it as well. So they took it out and replaced it with, I believe, the plank. And I'm not joking. They took out the pull up, which you only needed one. You just needed um, one full release pull up to qualify. I mean, not full release. I'm sorry, one full hang pull up to qualify. They couldn't do that, so they removed it and replaced it with the plank. So you're not going to tell me that a woman, I don't care if she's physically fit, if she's an MMA champion, that she's beating people twice her size. She's not. I don't care. She can be a BJJ black belt. I guarantee she's not fight. I guarantee 120 pound, and that's not the norm for female fighters. But let's say she's like about 120 pound female BJJ black belt and MMA fighter is not beating a 215 pound man, even if he's untrained. She's not, unless she's using a weapon. Unless she is using a weapon of some sort, she is not beating that man. And for her sake, she better hope he doesn't grab it. Pause. But um, Eric says, "LOL. Have you seen the Detroit Urban Survival Guide? Yeah, Dusty guy. That's what I call him. Dusty. Do something with Sean Strickland and get tossed into a glass display case. No, I didn't see that because I don't. I'm not surprised. Sean Strickland does not play. For one, he doesn't like social media influencers, and he will slap them up. Like, if you claim to be tough and your only claim to that is through being an influencer, Sean Strickland will definitely pull your card. He will not hold back. Definitely. I didn't see that, but now I'm gonna have to try to find it. And the Dusty guy, whenever people call him out on his bullshit, he said you just got trained. You got to keep training. He's like, it's not gonna work if you don't train it. I'm like, dude, whatever. What you mean is you got to have someone willing to allow you to do it to them. Paused, but because it's like if someone's not gonna allow you to do those little fugazi techniques that he does, it's not gonna work. It's obvious like that little dust security guy doesn't really know martial arts. He like people watch him to laugh at him, not to because they consider him like serious. Even though he does actually have a private security firm in Detroit, and he claims that the training they do there is not the same stuff that he does online. I don't know. Either way, I would never waste my money on him. He said, "Man, he said this is slightly off topic, but I went to Texas this week for a teacher conference, and Texas did not disappoint. The guys blasted some dude with a shotgun in front of my hotel. God damn. I mean, I know I know that was loud as hell because you said cops plural, meaning more than one person like pumped the shotgun. So I'm pretty sure that was loud. I'm guessing he deserved it. He said, speaking of women's martial arts, my parents produced and starred in a women's self defense video with Bruce and Chris Jenner. The video of it is on YouTube too. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I've already said women's self defense is bullshit. The reason the reason is not that you shouldn't teach women self defense. The problem is women's self defense is a gimmick. Like if you want to teach women self defense, basically you should just teach them to fight the same way that men fight. And the differences between them are basically in size and stature. Like just like you had to teach a smaller man how to compensate for being a smaller man, you have to teach a woman to compensate for being smaller than the average man. So, but other than that, all that women's self defense stuff is gimmicky and mostly Bushido. Definitely McDojos. I laugh when my cousin, who's a cop, wanted me to go to one of her self defense courses, and she's completely out of shape. I'm like, how are you gonna teach self defense? Like, I should be teaching the class. Is but I didn't go because she wanted me to go like 4:30 in the morning. I'm like, I'm not going 4:30 in the morning to some self defense class unless I'm teaching it. Like, no. Um, who's this? Okay, so we got another troll. Anywho, yeah, where I can't say women's self defense is paranormal. It's definitely bullshit. It's definitely martial arts bushido. Eric says my favorite women's self defense video was made by Bass Rutten El Guapo. All he did was grab a shotgun. LOL. The video was about 30 seconds. Exactly. Like I always like tell women like for women like if there was any niche to women's self defense, it would be to teach them to use weapons, particularly knives and firearms. Because again, like I said, carrying a weapon is a force multiplier. Women need force multipliers because a, a woman cannot defend themselves against the average man who's bigger and stronger than them, unless they have a weapon. The best self defense a woman can have is a husband, but that's a different story. Like if they really want self defense, have a husband or at least a boyfriend. They are supposed to protect you. That's better than you trying to fight another grown man who's probably twice your size. And if he doesn't care about your, you know, if he doesn't care about hurting you, he can do a lot of damage. Like, got like, and we see it today. Like, younger people don't care because women have taught. have kept saying they're strong and independent and don't need any man, they're getting less. Men are becoming less delicate in how they treat them. So they're like, you have men that will just knock these women out because these women will jump in these guys' faces, yelling, spitting, cursing at them, and these guys will just full on knock them out with a haymaker and not care. I've seen multiple videos like that. Like it's becoming more common as women become seen less as the fairer sex. You want equality. With equality comes equal hands too, that left and that right. This particularly to black women because they are particularly masculine. Um, there's a lot of black and Puerto Rican women who act very masculine, and Dominican women who act very masculine, and because of that, they're getting treated less delicately by these younger men in the community, where older men my age and older were taught, don't put your hands on women, walk away from them when they want to yell and argue. Um, but these younger guys, they're not having it. They're like, all right, well, we're equal, right? Well, take this equal right. Eric says yes. Women need force multipliers to even the odds. Teaching them spatial awareness is important too. Every single woman I know has almost no spatial awareness. So okay, thank you. So that's another one to bring up. So spatial awareness. I brought this up in a video a year ago, but here, when I was talking about martial arts myths, so spatial awareness is important, but people overdo it with spatial awareness. Catherine, what's up? She says good morning from Australia. Thank you, and she said good morning to everyone. Um, Spatial awareness is important, but again, it becomes gimmicky because some of these self defense instructors will act like spatial awareness can replace actually knowing how to fight. At the end of the day, there's two main things you need to do for street self defense. Not talk about all sorts, because if you talk about self defense in the most general sense, then there's a whole bunch of things to go into it. But for street self defense, there are two main things you need. One, you need to be physically fit, and two, you need to know how to fight. And all these little gimmicky self defense instructors try to get around that. They don't teach these people, hey, you need to be physically fit, and they don't teach these. And instead of teaching them how to fight, they teach them a few gimmicks like, all you need to do is jab them in the eyes and kick them in the balls. it's like it's like okay, cool, but what do they do to follow up with that? Oh well, then they run. Well, what if they're in a bar? What if they're in an alley? What if they're surrounded by people? Like, how are they gonna? Where are they gonna run? How are they gonna run? Like that doesn't make sense. So there's the two things that you need for self defense is no getting around, which is again uh, being physically fit. Because most people aren't going to try to attack someone who looks physically fit. They go after the easy prey, just like a predator. A predatory animal goes after the weakest member of the herd. People on the streets, criminals will go after the person who looks like an easy target, the guy who's buffed and walking around in the UFC MMA shirt. They're not gonna fuck with him. They're gonna go after the guys stuck with their head in the phone, looking around, looking nervous. So that part of spatial awareness is where it is important. So if there's a third application to self defense is common sense, and part of that goes into spatial awareness. A lot of people make themselves easy targets, so they walk around with their head stuck into their phone like this, and they're not looking at what's going on. They don't know if they're being marked as a target, right? And I I purposely, whenever I'm walking around like outside, like in a mall or something that's different, like somewhere kind of protected or whatever, like if I'm in a market or I'm in a mall, fine. But like, like if I'm walking somewhere to like if I'm walking to the store or to a friend's house or something like that or whatever I'm doing, I keep my phone in my pocket. Like I'm not going to be sitting, or I have it in my hand, but I'm not sitting there staring at my screen while I'm walking around because I want to be visually aware of my surroundings. always be aware of your surroundings. So that form of spatial awareness is definitely crucial. But I think again it gets overplayed as a gimmick when self-defense instructors try to teach people that they can avoid any sort of dangerous situation just by spatial awareness alone. That's not true. You can be visually aware of what's going on and still not be prepared to handle it. So that's spatial awareness is only part of it. You still need to be able to know how to fight, and you still need to be physically fit to survive the altercation. So, but spatial awareness is important. I just don't like how some goofy self defense gurus try to teach it as a gimmick. Like they they always try to find something as a gimmick when the hard truth of it is that these people need to learn how to fight, and it's going to take more than two seminars to learn how to fight. Like just 2 days of learning spatial awareness and jab them in the eyes and kick them in the balls is not gonna it's not gonna really do it. um, Eric says, "Good morning, my sister from down under." Catherine says, "Guys, please like, share, subscribe, and feel free to buy Contrarian a coffee or super chat. Thank you." And we have a new one called Gifts, guys. If you look in on your screen, it looks like a gem because this is now a new way to support your favorite content creators. They call it gems, but on the vertical live streams, you can send me a gift, which is like an animated. It will be an animated little clip if you click it to show support. I haven't got one of those yet, so I actually want to see it, not because of the money. Well, of course the money is good, but I just want to see what it looks like when someone sends one. If I could, I would send it to myself just to see what it looks like. But I can't send one to myself on a vertical live stream, unfortunately. I might have to go to someone else's vertical live stream and send them one just so I can see what it looks like. um, Eric says, "Yeah, fitness and coordination is important. You cannot ignore it." Yeah, like I said, those are the two main components. Like, there's subsidiary components to self defense, but the two main components is being physically fit. Oh, what's up, Eric? Thank you. He just sent me one of one of the gifts. Thank you. That's how I was wondering what it looks like. Pause, but oh, that's cool. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Can you guys see that? Well, for the few of you in the chat, and then for the people who watch this on replay, did you guys see that? That was cool, man. Thank you again. But yeah, so let's label all the components of self defense. So obviously, physical fitness is half of self defense alone. I can't harp on this enough as a both as a self defense coach and a martial artist and someone who likes to stay in shape. Guys, if there's any shortcut to self defense, just being physically fit. If you look physically intimidating, people just aren't going to bother you. You know what I'm saying? Like if you look like Tiny Lister Jr., aka Zeus, aka uh, what's his name in Friday? Debo. If you look like Debo, aka Zeus, aka Tiny Lister Jr., no one's going to mess with you. No one's trying to tackle Debo, right? But if you look like Urkel, you gotta know how to scrap. Like I used to like Urkel. Sometimes I still dress like that. And I'll randomly give my an example of that. Oh, look, first, let me get to the comments. Eric says, "Yeah." Um, he said that flower was gay. Yeah, I know, right? But I still appreciate it though, bro. Thanks a lot. Um, Catherine says, "I'm pretty uncoordinated in the self defense and sport area." Kat, when um next time we chat, do you want me to give you a self defense lesson for free, of course? Um, like or for anyone, like I said, if any of you guys want to see like some really basic self like basic like moves, they can click on my membership, and I have a tutorial up for like Muay Thai basics. I You can use it both as a way of you can do it, you can perform it to as a way of aerobics, or you can do it like to learn the actual skills, because I actually show you how to perform them, as a, to fight. So, um, Cass says, cool. That's so nice of you, Eric. Um, Eric says, the only shortcut in self defense is a firearm. But even with that, you still need to know how to use it. Um, that true. So the only thing is, so this is what I tell people about firearms. Like, because you do have those 2A bros, they take it too far. They be like, man, they be like, if you try to fight me, I'm gonna just shoot you. I'm like, cool, bro, but that's not self defense. Like, the thing, so when you look at like the use of firearms in an actual legal self-defense scenario, is usually in a close quarter situation. Like, if you fire at someone from a distance, that's almost rarely never considered self-defense unless the person was firing upon you first and you happen to draw and shoot him before he shot you. That's the only time shooting someone from a distance is usually considered self-defense. Almost in any other time, that will not be considered self defense. So usually, the only time when a firearm is considered self defense is in close quarters situation. And obviously, the problem with close quarters is that in close quarters, someone can deflect your gun and attack, hit you with their hands and else. This is why anyone who does tactical firearm training learns that they have to learn how to grapple. So if anyone, so anyone who actually wants to learn self defense with a gun, it's not good enough just to buy a gun and go to the range. Like, that teaches you how to use the weapon, but that's not showing you how to use it in a self defense capacity. To learn how to use a firearm in self defense capacity, you have to use you have to go to tactical firearm training. I actually have a friend that does teach tactical firearm training. He's often listening to my live streams, by the way. So shout out to Marcus. Um, if he wants to let himself be known, he can give his link in one of my live streams. If you guys, are interested in getting tactical firearm training, but he'll tell you himself, like, um, to use a firearm in self defense, it takes more than just learning how to shoot your gun at targets. Like, you have to know how to grapple with your gun in close quarters. You need to learn how to draw it effectively in different scenarios. Like, drawing your weapon is very important. That can be the difference between life and death. Um, you have to learn how to move at moving targets. You have to you have to learn how to draw under suboptimal conditions, like in nighttime, places when you're like knocked out on the ground and someone's trying to attack you. Like, this is tactical firearm training. So it's like, it's really, even with a gun, there's no way of getting away from learning empty-handed training, um, empty-handed techniques. Like I said, unless you're just talking about firing on people offensively, but that's not self-defense. Like, yeah, you can shoot down people, but that's not going to be considered self-defense. He says, don't know why that posted twice. It might have just been a glitch on the thing. Jagger says, you look like a civics teacher. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. A civics, I ironically, I did want to be a civics teacher when I first went to college. Like, I changed my mind because, well, one, I thought it would be boring, and two, I decided I didn't want to really teach kids. So, but yeah, because at first I was like, oh, I want to major in history. Then I was like, history. I was like, history's kind of boring. I was like, maybe I'll just be like a teach civics or something. And so I was like, all right, instead of majoring in history, I'll major in social studies. But then I was like, which led me from social studies to psychology and psychiatry. Because then I was like, oh, I should go pre med so I could practice psychiatry. And then for a class, I shadowed a clinical psychologist because I couldn't shadow a psychiatrist. And I was like, I actually rather do clinical psychology than psychiatry because it's just I don't have to get into the medicine aspects. And then when it came, then I actually the psychiatrist actually responded to me like the semester after the class was over and said, I'm available. And I wish I didn't say this to the person at the time, but I was being a jerk. I was just like, oh, I don't, no thanks. I don't need to shadow you anymore. I actually talked to a clinical psychologist and I like that better. And they was like, well, and the psychiatrist was at least tolerant of me and said, that's cool, but psychiatry and clinical psychology aren't the same thing. And she was absolutely correct. But at the time, I was like, nah, I'm good. Plus, like, I needed it for a class, like, and the psychiatrist wasn't available when I actually needed to shadow her for my class. So whatever. But all all that is to say, I once did plan on being a civics teacher, so I don't know whether that's a compliment or an insult, but I'll take it. Kat says I did kickboxing for a year and gave myself whiplash doing a roly poly. Getting back into the fighting stance, I can laugh about it now. I don't even know what a roly poly is, and as far as kickboxing is concerned. Is that was that was that supposed to be like a spin kick or a roundhouse kick? I don't know what a roly poly is. Kat says I was in my mid 20s then. Shout out to Marcus. See, Marcus, you getting love, man. He actually is the one who told me to start doing YouTube, guys. So that's why I give him a shout out. Like, if you watch my old videos from 2 years ago, I used to always have this running joke in my videos saying, "Well, only got one subscriber anyway," and I was always referencing him. And I was like, "I only got one subscriber anyway, guys." I was referencing him because he was the one who told me to do YouTube, and I knew he was always watching my older videos, and he still watches now when it's like late. But yeah, huge shout out to Marcus. Like I say, he's a tactical firearm instructor for people who are interested. But I'm not going to give out his personal deets unless he wants me to. Um, Cass is being brought up on a farm. I have used weapons on vermin countless times. That's good. I mean, so at least you have firearm training. But like I was saying, tactical firearm training is different because it's teaching you how to use it as a self defense tool. And like I said, learning how to fire a weapon at a target or at a thing is different from using it in a self defense capacity. Both because of the legal ramifications, and two because of the different the different standard. Like I said, usually when a firearm is used in a self defense capacity, it's in a close quarters range because usually that's the only time where where objectively you can say it was self defense. Whereas, like I said, if you just draw it on someone whom you don't like or who poses a threat from a distance, you're not legally justified in shooting that person. And even taking it out as a threat to someone is a crime. That's called brandishing. So you can't even do that as a form of self defense because brandishing is considered a crime in most states, if not all states. But like I said, so the only time you're like legally justified in using it is usually in self defense is usually in a close quarters option where you really don't have any other choice. Um, Let me check my other. Let me change my filter so I can see if I'm getting all my stuff here. Um, Cat says kids do roly poly all the time. I don't know. That must be an Australian term. I don't know what roly poly is. You gotta you gotta put that in American terms because that's not something we're taught in kickboxing. Nor do I teach in kickboxing, so I really don't know what that means. Like I said, that must be a Australian term. Zach says, "Hi, black man." Uh, Hi, idiot. Cat says, "Yep, in the Air Force, I learned about SLRs. I've forgotten that training now, though." Control Delete says, "I'd take you out with one jab." I'm sure you would, keyboard warrior. I'm sure you would. I'm sure you're a very dangerous person behind that keyboard of yours. All 400 pounds neck beard of you behind that keyboard. I'm sure you're a very dangerous person. Keep at it. Anyway, but yeah, you gotta explain to us what roly poly is, Cat. But but while we're at it, like, let me get back to the paranormal martial arts. So, like I said, guys, if you want to see a lot of Bushido and paranormal martial arts bullshit, go to McDojo Life or go to Mark Mugen, and they give a lot of that stuff. Like I said, I think the king of paranormal martial arts bullshit is George Dillman, and like I said, I blame Black Belt Magazine for giving him his notoriety back in like the early '90s. Oh, she's out. Send a clip of. Okay, thank you on Messenger. Thanks. Um, okay, I told you that the person Asia Ramsey did email me. She really she really tried. Like, she sent me her phone number and all that stuff. But I didn't respond. Cause like, obviously I'm married, and not only that, even if I were single, I kind of specify my personal preferences on here a number of times. Maybe not so much on my live streams, but on my pre-recorded videos. I've when I'm talking to my friend, I've kind of been pretty blunt about my um, dating preferences. Which, hint hint, my wife is Asian. Like, so, yeah, um, I guess, but it was flattering nonetheless. Let me respond to this troll. So, Control Delete says, thing is, I could take you out with one jab. I'm a professional boxer at 10 years. You would stand a chance, my guy. Okay, so, all right, guys. So sometimes when you want to defeat an argument, what you want to do is you want to sweep the legs out from this argument. So some people believe, you know, like in debates or in analytic philosophy, if you attack, you shouldn't attack the strong argument, because if you attack the strong argument, the weak argument still stands. So they can still stand on the weak argument and say, "Well, I didn't mean that. I just mean this." So what you do when you do counter argumentation is that you attack the weak argument first. Because if they don't have the weak argument, the strong argument has no legs on which to stand. So let's go with what he's saying. Let's take him at his word that he's actually a professional boxer and not a bullshit 15-year-old dipshit that jerks off to every woman he sees because he doesn't get pussy in real life. No, let's pretend he's an actual full grown man who's a professional boxer of 10 years, who for some reason wants to come onto a live stream and brag about himself. Okay, so you're a professional boxer at 10 years, and you think you can take me, who's been doing martial arts for 30 plus years, and am not limited to only using my arms, and an army vet, and you think that you can jab me and knock me out with a jab. A jab is not known as a knockout punch, by the way. I mean, there are power jabs, but by and large, a jab is a setup tool. But you can knock me out with a jab. Okay. So I'm sure you're going to get through and knock me out with this jab and not at all be countered with my elbows, knees, head, foot, shin. I would like to see you try. I would literally like to see you try that. Literally like to see you try that. because I'm pretty sure that you can do that. I'm pretty sure that you can really hit me with your super jab and it will knock me out because you're a professional boxer of 10 years. Because most professional boxers at 10 years wouldn't be more humble and would be completely conflated. Maybe you are a professional boxer at 10 years because you suffered quite a bit of CTE and don't know any better, that you would come onto a random live stream and talk shit. Maybe. Maybe. I would like to see you try it. Because, guys, like I said, we're going to take him at the weak argument that he's merely just a professional boxer of 10 years who can hit me with a super jab and knock me out. We're not going to take this farther. Like, we could, because obviously, if I took it further, he could just fall back on something else and say, well, all I meant to say is such and such. No, let's take him at his word that, again, a guy who can jab me can attack someone who does the art of eight limbs. So I don't no I don't just punch. I punch, kick, knee, elbow, throw, take down, submit, and headbutt. Not to mention a particular thing we do in Filipino martial arts called limb destructions. But sure, sure, you can super jab me with and knock me out. Okay. He said if I was there now, it would be lights out. Pause. Are you? This is not a Diddy situation. Control delete. This is what you. This is okay. This is attacking the hard argument, guys. But obviously, this is just some little fucking retarded faggot online who's just a loser incel who has nothing else better to do. Because if he was any sort of professional boxer, he would be way more humble, even if you suffer from CTE. This is the hard argument. But again, I wasn't attacking the hard argument. I was going against the weak argument, merely that he's a professional boxer of 10 years, which is probably most likely bullshit. But I took him at his word for that. But the hard argument is that why would I expect some little incel retard faggot who fantasizes about seeing me in real life think he could actually ever put a hand on me if I unless I let him, which he probably does want because he's a fucking faggot like his father before him and his father before him and his father before him because they come from a whole line of fucking faggots. Yeah, this nigga is saying you test me, my sunshine. He's gay, guys. This guy is in the closet like a motherfucker, trapped in the closet. I can't post it while I'm live streaming right now. I could show it on a later time, I think. Guys, should I should I merely time this retard out, ban him, or just let him keep going to show people how fucking retarded he is? I mean, he's obviously a typical online incel. And he's talking about I'm scared. Literally, what can you do to me behind a screen, my dude? You are a typical keyboard warrior and you're fucking retarded. I'm pretty sure you're probably not above the age of 18 unless you are legit retarded. And even if you were below the age of 18, you're still fucking retarded for saying dumb shit like that. On top of that, you should respect your elders. The reason why men our age will no longer protect women and children is because children like you have no fucking respect. I would not, neither online or in real life, ever insult my elders the way you motherfuckers do today. I hope all the bad things happen in life to you and your entire line of genetic ancestry from here on to the end of time. Oh, she said, no, I could put the link in here. Yeah, if you want to do that, that's cool. If people want to see, because I have no idea what a roly poly is. Like I said, that has to be like some sort of Australian or Britishism because I've never heard the term. anywhere in martial arts, not in just kickboxing, but I've never heard the term in any martial arts. So I'm pretty sure that's just like like maybe a local term. Because when first when you said roly poly, I didn't know. You said you injured yourself. I was like, how you injured yourself? What is that? Like, because roly poly, I'm thinking is like just like you doing like a shoulder roll or something. But then I was like, who does shoulder rolls in kickboxing? So that's why I was confused because like the only thing I could think that sounds similar to like a roly poly is maybe like some sort of forward roll or shoulder roll. But I was like, we've never done any sort of roll, shoulder roll or front roll in kickboxing. We did that in judo because you had to learn how to roll and you had to learn how to do break falls and but I've never heard of it in kickboxing. That's why I was like really curious. Um, and Sharapov, you're gonna have to put your stuff in English. You're gonna have to use a translation tool because we don't know what you're saying. If let me pin that so people can see that. It's a forward roll. Okay, that's what it is. When you say roly poly, yeah, we don't call that must be an Australian thing. We don't call that. We wouldn't call it a roly poly here. But that's I don't know what sort of kickboxing that is. We don't roll in kickboxing here. It's not American. Not any kickboxing. We not American kickboxing. Not Jeet Kune Do kickboxing. Not Muay Thai. Maybe Sanda. I don't know about Sanda. Since in Sanda you can go to the ground. Um, Sanda is actually, I think Sanda is the only form of kickboxing I know you can go to the ground. No, 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 no. In I think Cambodian kickboxing you can go to the ground as well. No, 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 no. Cambodian kickboxing is pretty much the same rule set as Muay Thai. So much so that a few years ago they actually tried to say that Muay Thai was and Cambodian kickboxing were the same thing, and the Muay Thai authority in Thailand says, no, we are a separate art. We are not Cambodian kickboxing. Was called Crew Crew Krang or whatever it's called. Um, but the only kickboxing style I know that they allow you to do submissions is Sanda, which is Chinese kickboxing, which I almost competed in back when I was 21. Raul Tarabi says you seem like a violent person and you have a lot of patience. Uh, he said, of course I'm kidding. Okay. Cass says it was a long time ago. We did learn locks and holds too, so other martial arts were implemented. So that's not kickboxing. Like, so unfortunately, a lot of things get called kickboxing and they're not kickboxing. That goes into Bush. That's McDojo stuff too. Kickboxing is both a sport and a martial art, depending on what sort of martial art is. Because you can do kickboxing with any sort of striking style once you implement um, sparring and competition. Like Taekwondo, if you implement hard sparring and competition, it becomes a form of kickboxing. Like a lot, the the original American kickboxers either came from a karate or taekwondo background. The founder of American kickboxing, Joe Louis, was originally a full contact karate champion who brought on American kickboxing because he didn't like how rigid full contact karate was, and he was one of Bruce Lee's students from the concepts he took from Bruce Lee, he developed American kickboxing. Um, then other people from full contact karate gravitated to kickboxing as well. I think Chuck Norris did some before he retired from competing, and Mike Stone, who is also another karate world champion. Then one of the most famous American kickboxers was Superfoot Bill Wallace, who started off in full contact karate. Um, but American kickboxing, American kickboxing never had allowed things like hold, doing holds and locks and stuff like that. Like that was kind of what separated from stuff like Muay Thai and Japanese kickboxing. Like Japanese kickboxing is the original kickboxing. To if I want to be pedantic, like so, the first kickboxer started off in Japan, and then American kickboxing started in the '70s under Joe Louis. But it was mostly like it was very limited. It was mostly like people who did like some kicks and mostly boxing, but they didn't allow they didn't allow tie up. They didn't allow you to tie up, do choke holds, do locks, throw knees or elbows or toss people, anything like that. It was very limited. Even modern day kickboxing now, like some like they do allow a little bit of knees, and they will allow you to temporarily do to do stand up, um, some stand up grappling, which is the bread and butter of Muay Thai, which separates it from kickboxing, is that they clinch up. In modern kickboxing, depending on the rules, you can only clinch for like a few seconds, then they break it up, and you. But um, generally in kickboxing, you're not allowed to clinch for too long and throw knees and elbows. Um, but whatever you did learn sounds well rounded, though. The fact that they did teach you how to do chokeholds and locks, because that is very effective. Um, and the fact they showed you how to roll out of danger and stuff like that is effective, but that's definitely not kickboxing. That's I don't know what that could have been in like Kempo or Kaju Kempo. What is it called? Ka, Kaju Kempo or Kempo or sports karate or um, I don't know. It can have been anything, and they just labeled it kickboxing. You, I consider any martial art school that mislabels what they teach at McDojo because it's false advertising. I went to a school in College Park, Maryland, where I was going to attending college at the time, and there was this nice martial arts place. It was seemingly nice martial art, and I met the owner and head instructor, and it looked like what they were doing was pretty cool. Like looked like they were doing like kickboxing and Muay Thai and stuff like that there, but he for some reason lied about what he was teaching. He claimed that he taught Bruce Lee and showed me some fake document that he probably made at Kinko's. Uh, he claimed he taught the founder of karate. Okay, and he taught the founder of judo and I think Aikido. And he showed me all these little fake documents, and I was like, he must really. I was like, he's really insulting my intelligence. I didn't call him out on it, but I never came back to his school again because I was like, first of all, being a JKD student before I even attended University of Maryland, like I knew Bruce Lee's history. Like he only had one official instructor, which was Grandmaster Yip Man, um, who taught him Wing Chun. And before that, his father had taught him some Tai Chi. And after he left Wing Chun, he learned other martial arts either through looking at videos and demos, reading books, or he trained with other people who were martial arts experts, and they exchanged they exchanged techniques. Um, I can say one of his unofficial instructors was Judo Gene LaBelle, who taught him like wrestling and judo. Like he taught him like Greco-Roman wrestling, catch as catch can wrestling, judo, um, and Dan and Santo, who taught him Filipino martial arts. Um, but to say that this guy was Bruce's instructor, I'm like, he's not even old enough to be Bruce. Like he would have to like the man like at the time when I saw him, this is like 24 years ago. He was probably, it's hard to tell some Asians age. He was probably in his late 50s, early 60s. And it's like he would have been younger than Bruce if Bruce was still alive. Like Bruce, I believe, would be in his 80s now. So he would have been about Bruce's age or maybe younger. So there's no way he would have been his instructor, despite the little fake document he showed me. And then it was even more incredible when he said he was the he taught the founder of karate, modern karate, not Okinawan karate, which goes all the way back to like the 1500s or 1600s, but the modern day karate, which started in the 1900s. Um, he would have to be over 100 years old to be his teacher. Then the founder of Judo, Jikoro Kano, again, he was too young to be any of these guys' teachers. And I think he also claimed to be the teacher of the founder of Aikido, Morihei Yeshiba. I'm like, I don't know if this guy thinks I'm stupid, if he is delusional, or he thinks, or he does, or he thinks I'm not unaware of how old these arts are. But it was just very weird, and I left. So, but the funny thing is, the martial arts I was watching them learn at the school was legit. Like they knew what they were doing. I even sparred one of his students once at my school. Light sparring. It wasn't like hard sparring, but we did it without any equipment because he thought that would be tougher. I'm like, whatever. He was also a fellow Marine who was stationed at my same permanent duty station because we shared it with the Marines. Um, so he was cool, a bit diluted, but cool. And um, the fact that he made up all that stuff I was like, I will never attend this place because even though what they were learning was good martial arts, the fact that they were learning it under under the guise that this guy was the person who taught Bruce Lee, the founder of like karate, the founder of judo, and the founder of aikido. I'm like, he's either a con man or he's delusional. Either way, I don't want to train under that guy. Um, so yeah, let me get back. Uh, but anyway, guys, Kat says please like, share, subscribe, and feel free to buy Contrarian a coffee or super chat. She says quite likely how many will fall for it though. I I don't know. Like I said, this is like, so this is in 2000, Cat. Even back then, I'm pretty. Now some people might believe the Bruce Lee thing. I can see some people believe in that, but I don't see how anyone who could think past go would think that this guy taught the founders of karate. Like, first of all, the guy is Vietnamese. So let me get this. So look, I forgot to mention that part. He's Vietnamese. So a Vietnamese taught the founder of karate, the founder of judo, and Bruce Lee. If the person who taught the founder of karate was Vietnamese, it wouldn't be a Japanese art. Same thing with judo. Vietnam, there are martial arts that are native to Vietnam, but they are similar to other Southeast Asian arts. the arts, many of the Southeast Asian arts are similar. Like they either come in a combat, the sports form like Muay Thai and Lethwei and from Burma. Burma is sort of like the Lethwei is sort of like the Burmese version of Muay Thai, sometimes called Burmese kickboxing or Lethwei. The difference, but they're very similar, except the difference between Lethwei and Muay Thai is in Lethwei they tend to do bare knuckle fighting and they're allowed to use headbutts. Headbutts aren't allowed in Muay Thai, and bare knuckle fights aren't the norm. They do some bare knuckle fighting in Muay Thai, but that's not the standard. The standard in Muay Thai is glove, being gloved up like in regular Western boxing. And then there's Cambodian kickboxing, which again is called, I forgot the name, starts with a K. Um, cr- oh, Krum, Krumer, Krumer, something like that. But it's very, very similar to Muay Thai, similar rule set and everything. So they often try to claim that Muay Thai came from them, but that's not the case. What is the case is that they all kind of developed around the same time in the same region. So that's why those three arts are similar. And Vietnam has a similar a similar kickboxing style as well to Cambodia and Muay Thai. But Muay Thai is not kickboxing. They will tell you that. They'll tell you that very quickly. We're not kickboxing. Um, but in any case, the some people might fall for it, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I would like to believe that most of his students, since I'm sure half of them were college students, because it used to be situated right there at the campus shopping center. I would be pretty sure that most of them would be smart enough to know that this guy didn't teach the founders of karate and judo, even if they believed he taught Bruce Lee. Just by the fact of that, that they should be smart enough to know better and see that he's too young to be teaching something this that was like at that time about 100. um, Modern karate came out in the 1920s and judo came out in the believe the 30s of around somewhere around the 20s or 30s. Aikido around the same time as well. um, but it would be hard to believe that this guy who's at best in his 60s taught something taught something to to people from 80 years ago. But again, however, like I said in the beginning of the stream, martial arts attracts a lot of goofy people who don't think past go. So it is possible that most of his students did actually believe him. I didn't, so I didn't train there. Um, and only way I would have trained there is if he gave is like if he allowed me to train there for free. Then I would have said yeah. But unless I was training there for free, there's no way I would have done that. Plus, being a actual JKD student, I found it disrespectful. I would have found it disrespectful to train under someone who lied about my teacher's teacher's teacher. Okay. Um, so it's because I fall under the JKD Dan and Asanta lineage. We all refer to Bruce as Shijo, which means founding father. But if you actually trained under him yourself, or you were a student of the person who got trained directly under him, you would have referred to him as Shigung. Very like Bruce could have been very sometimes was very formal about those things. So as my teacher's teacher, I referred to him as Shijo. Um, but if I was one of his first, if I was one of the first generation students of Jeet Kune Do, they refer to him as Shigung. Um, but either way, being under that lineage, it would have been disrespectful to train under someone who lied about being his teacher. Like that's just fugazi. Like unless you were Yip Man, Judo Jing LaBelle, Dan Inosanto, or a few other notable people he trained with back in the day, you were not his teacher. And anyone who like anyone who did teach him, their names would have been mentioned in the hundreds and hundreds of books and magazine articles and other essays written about Bruce Lee since the 1960s. Cass has no integrity. Exactly. That's why I couldn't do it. Like he just lacked integrity. Like I said, the only way I would have trained at his school is if he trained me for free. And like I said, even still, out of respect for my lineage, I probably wouldn't have done it. Like I, it was so bad. I even felt bad. Like in here in Maryland, where I used to work at in a place called Lutherville, Lutherville Timonium. People from Maryland know who I'm talking about. If Jess is still here, she knows where Lutherville Timonium is. Um, there's a there was a Chinese takeout place called Bruce Lee, called Bruce Lee's Carryout, and I'm like, what? I thought it was hilarious. So, and the food was decent. It was like any other Chinese takeout, and there was a cute girl that worked there. And I was like, man, they better hope the Bruce Lee estate never sees this. I was like, they will tax the hell out of them for using that name or make them shut it down. But I was like, I wonder how many takeout restaurants there are across America, if not also across Canada and the UK. They probably call themselves Bruce Lee Takeout Restaurant. Like that was just hilarious. I guess that wasn't disrespectful to go eat there. It was just kind of funny that they called themselves Bruce Lee's Chinese restaurant. Kat says, please explain the paranormal part of martial arts. Never heard of it before. Oh, so you haven't, well, we're 3 hours in and you haven't heard anything. So a whole bunch of stuff. So when I'm referring to paranormal martial arts, Kat, I'm talking about stuff that like supernatural stuff that people claim as part of martial arts. And it's so much. Um, I'll just go over it very briefly, but I don't want to explain everything. The whole stream I've been talking about different aspects of paranormal martial arts. So one are no touch knockouts. People who believe they can knock someone out just through either throwing chi energy at them or by using telepathy. That's just complete BS. That's not a real thing. People who claim to teach that can't fight. Um, then there's the concept of chi energy itself. Like I said, the belief in chi energy is a sort of uh, theory of vitalism, which has kind of been something that has been shared throughout older human civilizations before the advent of scientific biology. Vitalism is basically the belief that there's some sort of life force that all living beings possess, and in some instances, the blockage of it is what actually causes medical illness, not because of actual like you know viruses and bacteria and parasites and cancer and heart disease and uh, you know mu- genetic mutations and all sorts of stuff. Like instead of believing in the germ theory of illness and cancer and all this other stuff, they believe it's just a blockage of your chi energy or your prana or your ki, and we still see that today. But also in the martial arts capacity, they believe you can weaponize chi energy and use this either in no touch knockouts, or you can use it to power your strikes to make them stronger, or you can use chi energy to turn your body invincible. And that's just bullshit. But I've heard that some of the oldest proponents of key energy or chi energy, like perhaps in Okinawa, the birthplace of karate. Shout out to Jesse Enkamp again, because that's his catchphrase. That Okinawa is the birthplace of karate, which it is. Technically, it actually isn't. It actually stems from southern China, but as it was known as karate, its birthplace is in Okinawa. But anyway, um, he said that when he talked to the old Okinawan masters, what they meant by key energy was not the sort of life force energy that can be used to be weaponized against people. They basically meant that as the mechanical energy that you're exerting when performing martial arts or any other sort of physical activity. If if they mean if they mean it in that sense, then that's a very banal use of it, and I don't have a problem with that. But it's the problem when people think they can use chi energy as some sort of energy strike against someone, or they can use it to make their body invincible. So that's another paranormal martial art. Another one is the belief in some sort of um, fighter's intuition, not the normal sort of intuition, which I've belabored earlier and several days ago, where I talk about intuition being something known in psychology. It's called the deliberation before attention effect, where you you mentally process some decisions before you're consciously aware of making that decision. That's the deliberation before attention effect, and it's basically just making unconscious inferences, um, which often comes through experience in a specific sort of domain, like being an experienced driver and knowing how to make left-hand turns in traffic, um, stuff like that. Um, but in the martial arts sense, they mean that you can predict people's moves before they make them, and that's just not real. Because if that were the case, everyone like everyone could be like Goku, and it's not real. Um, then another paranormal BS is the belief in ninjas being these little superhuman warriors. First of all, like I had to attack the very concept of ninjas itself, that historical ninjas didn't really exist, because yes, there were people who committed espionage and assassinated uh, other Japanese warriors and leaders and warlords, or to sometimes disguise themselves as peasants. But this was commonly just performed by samurai and their foot soldiers, which are called ashigaru. Um, there was no separate warrior class apart from the samurai that were hired particularly to do unsavory things. Samurai were more than willing to do unsavory things on the behest of their warlord or their daimyo. Um, and a lot of the concept of the ninja came from either Chinese mythology or later from kabuki theater, where the whole look of the ninja uniform comes from kabuki theater, where the stagehand would be dressed in all black to let you know that you're not supposed to pay attention to him. You're just supposed to be paying attention to the main performers on stage, and the one dressed up in all black is a stagehand who's dressed in all black. So you're supposed to ignore what he's doing on stage and just concentrate on the main performers. Even the so-called ninja sword, the ninjato, was fake. Like the katana, there were straight edge swords earlier on in Japanese history, but that was replaced by the curved sword like the katanas, because they were superior in in strength and in cutting to the straight sword. And they sometimes got these little straight swords for movies, because they were cheaper to make these little cheap, probably wooden straight edge swords, um, for filming in movies, and that came to be seen as a ninja sword. And like I said, these ninjas did not have mystical powers like in Naruto, where they could perform genjutsu and do all sorts of like magical things, like clone themselves and make themselves invisible and be in multiple places at once, and shoot fireballs and turn into animals and all sorts of weird stuff that they do in Naruto. None of that stuff people any grown person should believe is remotely possible. But like I said, even the historical ninja didn't really exist, because everything that ascribed to him was samurai or ashigaru did. Were there other warriors besides samurai and ashigaru? Yes, but more than likely, a daimyo would not, or an imperial uh, general, whatever, would not have hired people outside of the samurai to perform such operations because they really didn't trust people who didn't fall under their leadership. Because there would have been like there were warrior monks that existed, um, and there were ascetics who practiced physical exercises, and these were sometimes mistakenly seen as ninja by people nowadays, but they they weren't. Another thing that's often misascribed to ninjas are a lower class of samurai, because there were different classes of samurai. You had imperial samurai, okay, you had the uh, the shogun samurai, then you have jisamurai, who were jisamurai was another way of talking about countryside samurai um, nobles. They were of lesser class than the ones who worked for the shoguns or the emperor. And you know when the Iga and Koga clans, who were samurai, jisamurai, were under attack by Oda Nobunaga or whatever his name was, who sought to unify the shogunate under him. He sought to conquer these folks, so they banded together with the local farmers and peasants to stage a revolt, and they lost horribly. But the myth of their revolt against the shogunate fueled this myth that they were ninjas in the Iga and Mountain clans. And even now in the Iga prefecture, there's a ninja museum, and they hire performers to perform as ninjas at this museum. Because again, the Iga Mountains is supposed to be where the birthplace of ninjutsu was, but again, it's complete hokum. What are some other another thing? Not really paranormal martial arts, but like martial arts bushido is the belief that a person can take out multiple attackers barehanded. And I said that becomes very difficult. Anyone who knows fighting knows how difficult it is just to fight one person, much less multiple people. And you may get away with being able to fight 2 or 3 people, but once you start talking about 4 and more people, it's very unlikely that you can defeat them unless it's through chance. And I'm talking about barehanded, like no weapons. Like it's very unlikely, unlike movies where you see people taking down entire armies by themselves, like in Jet Li the One or Hero, House of the Flying Dagger, Hidden Tiger, uh, Hidden Tiger, Crouching Dragon, um, Once Upon a Time in China, all these sorts of movies, like or The Raid, like you are not taking down dozens of people on your own barehanded. Like that borders on the paranormal belief that someone, and the only reason people believe that is because of movies, because no one who has fighting experience would believe they have a chance fighting half a dozen people on their barehanded by themselves, unless through pure chance they win. Casts where they are good at reading micro body language. What's another paranormal thing I discussed? Um, Not particularly martial arts, but when I was talking about chi, like I said, like healing people through like um unblocking their chi energy through like things like acupressure and acupuncture and moxibustion, or tantric sex, or qi kung exercises or falun gong exercises, or some of the other internal kung fu arts like hisingi, pakwa, um, china. Um, yeah, the internal martial arts have been rife with bullshit because originally the difference between external kung fu and internal kung fu wasn't a matter of using chi energy to fight people, as opposed to external martial arts using just like hard kicks and punches and stuff. The difference really was internal martial arts was more grappling and the external martial arts was more striking. That was really the separation. But over time, because of Bushido, like internal martial arts got mixed up with the beliefs in chi energy and being able to use chi energy against people instead of using hard strikes and kicks. um, Cass is working with the energy centers within a body, like the chakras and meridian centers, is all interconnected. Yeah, but it's all BS though. Like that's they talk about chakras and stuff like that in Naruto. It's just not real. Like in Naruto, they focus their chakras and use their chakra to power their genjutsu. It's just not real in real fighting. No one has ever beaten someone using their chakras or chi energy or ki energy in a fight. It came through physical fitness, fighting IQ, um, and probably a little bit of chance. EKM3 Lift says hello. He said, "What's this about, man?" I'm talking about paranormal martial arts, EKM. So in my live streams for the past 3 weeks, bro, I've been talking about paranormal topics. And yesterday was International Ninja Day. Ninja Day is December 5th of every year. And so I didn't do a live stream yesterday, so I'm doing it today where I'm talking about paranormal martial arts as part of my paranormal discussion for the past 3 weeks and also as part of International Ninja Day. So I gave a huge debunking of the ninjas, unfortunately. I do like ninjas as a fictional like concept, but as something that's realistic, it's not really. But that's what my topic's about. Um, I guess it's true. It comes down to mindset. So yeah, like I said, as Jesse Encamp said about chi energy, cat is that the way the old Okinawa masters saw it was just basically mechanical energy that you exert through performing martial arts and physical activity and utilizing proper breathing exercises when you work out, which is actually important to breathe properly when you work out, like when you're doing like conditioning exercises and stuff like that. But they themselves, he said, didn't really believe in the more fanciful concept of key energy where you could use it to make yourself invincible or throw no touch knockout hits at people, you know, or shoot up your key energy by shouting real loud, doing those key eyes, kia, and known in traditional karate, the key eyes that people will shout like that's not gonna power up your that doesn't power up your strikes by yelling key eyes. Like in anime, they like to shout their techniques out before they do it. Like in real life, no, shouting out your techniques is not going to make you perform better. Like I must warn you, if you don't back away, I will perform the spinning helicopter crane kick. He's like, I'd like to see you try spinning helicopter crane kick, and then all of a sudden, like that doesn't that doesn't happen in real life. I know if someone just jumped on the stream right now, they're gonna be like, "What the hell is wrong with him?" I it was probably the coffee, but yeah, that that stuff just doesn't happen. Like no. EKM says, "What's paranormal martial arts? Anything dealing with the paranormal. That's also basically anything dealing with the paranormal. Just practice in martial arts, bro. So you got people who think they can channel the spirits. This is one I didn't mention already. There are people who believe they can channel the spirits of mar- martial arts ghosts or ancestors or whatever while fighting. And it's like some of these people just watch too much anime or watch too many Kung Fu 70s films, like thinking, they can channel the spirits of someone to fight someone. No, you can't. This is one I didn't mention already. This is a new one. You can't do that. I should mention this in my martial arts myth videos because I haven't done one in a long time. Um, EKM says that's some strange. uh, hold up. He said that's some crazy ass shit, bro. Like dumb for real. You'd be surprised, like EKM, bro. You'd be surprised at the dumb shit people believe in the martial arts community. Like I said, they're not the brightest folks, unfortunately. Like I said, the people who tend to be more rational in martial arts tend to practice modern martial arts. When I'm talking about adults, like kids typically learn traditional martial arts first because it's easier to find some little McDojo to take your kids, and basically parents use these martial arts schools as glorified daycare centers. Like they drop them off there after school for like 2 3 hours. Or some places even pick up the kids from school and bring them to the dojo. There's a place around here that used to do that. They used to have their own little bus. They came and it literally said karate and daycare center. I was like, at least they're being real. Like they're saying exactly what most of these karate and taekwondo dojos are. They are glorified daycare centers. So it literally said, Kiddie Academy Martial Arts and Daycare Center. And I used to have a bus, and I guess they would come pick up the kids either from home or from school and take them to the dojo. Um, but outside of like traditional martial arts for little kids, for adults, a lot of these people are a little loopy. They believe that stuff can actually help them in a fight without actually sparring and competing. You can take any traditional martial art and make it effective through through pressure testing. The way you pressure test a martial art to make it effective is through sparring and through competition, particularly hard sparring. If you practice hard sparring, it will definitely make you be able to fight. So I don't want to just so because some people just say traditional martial arts are useless, and they aren't useless. They're just not useful for fighting, but they can be practical if they get pressure tested through sparring and competition. The problem is a lot of these places don't want to do that. But again, a lot of the most goofy beliefs come out of traditional martial arts. Uh, Balls Deep says, "What's the quote of the day?" There is none. EKM said, "Yes." He said, "Like they're psycho." Cass says, "My two nephews just got their yellow belts in mixed martial arts this morning." See, I disagree with that. Mixed martial arts should not have belts unless you're talking about they got it in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu and they go to mixed martial arts classes. But if this is what I'm talking about. I did a whole video on the gentrification of mixed martial arts. Once you start giving belts to anything, you instantly fuck that martial art up because the only place that you should see colored belts is the Japanese arts and the Korean arts. Once you start seeing belts in like kung fu, Muay Thai, kickboxing, is bullshit. Like I hope the yellow belts were actually in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu because if once you turn mixed martial arts, which is a sport, into a style, you fuck it up because mixed martial arts isn't a style; it's a sport that incorporates a bunch of different separate styles. It incorporates Brazilian Jiu Jitsu most often, sometimes wrestling, and either kickboxing and Muay Thai and boxing. That is the makeup of most mixed martial arts gyms is some mixture of combat sports, which is boxing, kickboxing, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, and maybe catch wrestling or collegiate wrestling. Um, that's usually mixed martial arts. Some will even practice Filipino martial arts, but rarely so unless they have some sort of rarely so unless they have some sort of Dan and Asante lineage. But once you make mixed martial art a style unto itself, and then you give it a ranking system, you've you've messed it up. I any school that teaches mixed martial arts and gives us up and has a belt system, I would not let my kid train. I'm like this is bullshit. Yeah, any mixed martial arts that gives a belt is a McDojo. But I congratulate them for their success. But yeah, like I said, if the belt wasn't in like judo or Brazilian jiu jitsu, then uh, I feel sorry they're going to like a mediocre mixed martial arts school because if you teach mixed martial, there's a bit of debate within the martial arts community whether it should be considered a style or just a sport. I personally don't think it's a style because once you make it a style, then you're just getting bits and pieces of different martial arts mixed into one style. Whereas in true mixed martial arts as a sport, you're training all these styles separately, so you can get a black belt in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu in 10 years. You can become uh, you can learn boxing, you can learn Muay Thai, you can learn kickboxing and wrestling. But usually Brazilian Jiu Jitsu is the only thing you'll get a belt in when you train at an MMA school. Everything else is combat sports that don't have belt rankings, but might be you'll be ranked by fighting. Like in Muay Thai, I've seen that people are giving out if they're not giving out belts, they'll give out like a colored T-shirt or a colored armband um, to show ranking. And I'm like, no. The only the only thing that the thing that separated the novice from the advanced person in Muay Thai, as in boxing, was people who actually competed. That was the difference. Like once you competed enough times, you were considered a crew, an instructor. Like you didn't need to get certification to become a crew in Muay Thai over in Thailand. You can become a crew after you fought for a couple of years. You can fight like 2 or 3 years and become an instructor. And like I said, most people start off pretty young. Like they actually had to establish rules that you can't let people under the ages of 10 fight. But some people would start in Muay Thai as young as 8 before they changed the rules, as young as 8 years old, have a 5 year career, and be done by the time they're a teenager, and they might end up becoming a trainer, an instructor at 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 a local gym, and then once they say that enough, might open up their own gym. That was a track for a lot of more poor Thai folks, particularly in this region in the Philippines. I was sorry of Thailand, where you get some of the most world renowned Thai fighters, people like Sanchai, um, because it's a really poor region of Thailand. So a lot of these kids the males would go off to become Nakmoy Thai boxers, and some of the girls would go off to like red light districts in like Bangkok and Pattaya to earn their living. But that's a different story for a different day. But but to keep MMA effective, uh, it should be it should be a sport, not a style. Once you make it a style, you just become a jack of all trades. So you're not even getting the best of everything. Like if MMA is a style, like you're not going to be as proficient at Muay Thai or kickboxing as a kickboxer or Thai boxer. You're not going to be as good using your hands as a boxer because you're just taught really basic stuff. You're not going to be even that good in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu because again, you're getting just bits and pieces from each separate style to make up MMA instead of training different those different styles separately to become an MMA fighter. So I disagree with making it a style. But again, that's a huge debate right now in the martial arts communities whether MMA should be considered a style unto itself and whether you can teach it just as a style unto itself, which are two separate questions. Because some people do now still there are a lot of people now that do consider MMA a style unto itself, but still believe that you should train each of the things to make it up separately. Whereas there are others who think it is a style and that you don't need to train those other styles separately. You can just all do it under the jack of all trades MMA thing, which would just make you a less competent fighter overall against someone who's trained all those separate styles. Once you get into the cage with someone, Ball Steve says a cat badass. She says, yeah, they are 4 and 6 years old. Very proud of them. But she says, I'm not sure about whether it's a style or a sport. Lady Duck says, I trained for 18 years in Kempo. It's definitely different as a kid than being an adult and going for a purpose. So, like I said, one of the things I used to like about Taekwondo, because people make fun of Taekwondo and for good reason, is that they did give black belts to kids, but they had a separate black belt for kids and a separate black belt for adults. And because of Korean, I was telling this to Kat, I believe yesterday, we were talking about this privately, that because Korean Korean culture is very heavily dependent on rank by you know ranked by age, like who you can consider your superior or inferior is often by age. That when it came to even the Korean martial arts, and I think this is the same in Japanese martial arts too, if not completely the same, um, is that you had to reach a certain age to even move up in degrees in Taekwondo and other Korean martial arts. So I mean, you can earn your black belt, you know, before the age of 21 in Taekwondo, but you couldn't become second degree black belt before you reach the age of I think 22 or 25 of 21 or 25, whatever it is. And the further the degrees, the older you had to be to achieve it. So you're not going to see like someone who's like a third or fourth degree black belt at the age of like 18. Like that just wouldn't happen. Whereas a lot of these McDojos, you'll see that. Like one friend I went to a McDojo, and the kid had a second degree black belt, and the girl was only like 15 years old. I'm like, that shouldn't even be possible. Like she shouldn't even be allowed to have a second degree black belt under the age of 18. Like that's crazy. So that's how I feel about that. Um, Kat says my daughter got her black belt in Zendokai. Not sure of the spelling. Why does this keep messing my thing up? All right. Every time I try to read the thing, it keeps shooting up. And 4 years old, how does a 4 year old get a yellow belt? That shouldn't even. Well, yeah. So that's definitely a McDojo because first of all, like I said, there's no belts in MMA unless you're talking about Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, and two, there's no way that a 4 year old should be able to get a black belt. A black belt usually takes, depending on the style of karate or taekwondo, yellow belt usually takes within like at least a year. So if the kid was practicing since, that means the kid has already been practicing well over the age of 3, which 3 years old is still literally a baby. Like that's an infant, or well, not that's a toddler at 3 years old. There's no way like a 4 year old should have a yellow belt. Even 6, I can see a white belt at 6. Yellow belt? I mean, they were training around the age of 5, and again, yeah, that's definitely a McDojo. That is a textbook case of a McDojo, unfortunately. And let me try to get to what someone was saying, but the screen keeps jumping for some reason. This is annoying me. Um, all right, why does it keep jumping? Let me put on my glasses first because it's just jumping is messing my vision up. I have to keep my finger on the screen so I can read it so it doesn't jump while I do this. So Cass says my daughter got her black belt in Zendo Kai. Not sure of the spelling, so forgive me if I got it wrong. Yeah, I've never heard of Zendo Kai. Maybe Kempo. I'm not sure what Zendo Kai is. That might be something that an instructor may just term name their martial art. Sometimes people will just name their own martial art. I don't believe in that. Like, if you already practice a martial art with a well known name, I don't believe in you know putting your own name out, like creating your own new martial art based on something else just to give it a new name. But it depends on the instructors. That's another reason I want to be a full time instructor. There's so much you gotta do. Eric 86 says hi. Just a contrarian. It's been a while. Yeah, he said I hope I hopped on a live. I hope all is well. Speaking of mixed martial arts, how do you feel about the UFC? Are you a fan of it or feel otherwise? Not a big great fan of UFC. I don't think they. I think their striking skills suck as compared to the one FC one fighting championship. Most of the people from the UFC seem to be just a bunch of guys who started off in collegiate wrestling and took a few boxing and kickboxing classes and joined the UFC. Like their striking skills are so subpar, it makes it hard. Like this is why people get so excited when they see the most basic strikes done in UFC, where you see that shit all the time in one FC. UFC people get excited just seeing John Jones throw a spinning back kick. One of the most basic. I'm sorry, people made such a big deal of it. I was like, the spinning back kick is one of the most basic fucking techniques you learn in karate or taekwondo. Like that's literally like one of the first kicks you learn. The spinning back kick. Don't get me wrong, it is very effective because the the thing is the basic kicks are the most useful ones. But people giving such a great deal that the fuck that he learned he did a spinning back and like dude, that's so fucking basic. I was like, if you really want to see people going at it with real skill, watch one FC. Most of these people come from Thailand or parts of Southeast Asia, and their background is in Muay Thai or some form of kickboxing from Southeast Asia. They throw all sorts of like outrageous combos all the time. Whereas people watch UFC and see one kick perform, and they're like, "Oh, wow, he did a spinning back kick," and they have tutorials on ESPN later that day on ESPN MMA showing people how he performed a spinning back kick. I'm like, this shit is basic as fuck. Like, you guys are happy that someone did something basic because all you're used to seeing is people wrestling and submitting each other. I don't like UFC that much to be quite honest. Actually, it wasn't until like 12 years ago I really even started watching it again because in the 2000s and throughout most of the 2000s and the early 2010s I used to just call it redneck martial arts. I just call MMA redneck karate because it seemed like that's the only people who really trained it were a bunch of little hicks from the sticks. Oh, I'm going to submit you right after I do uh this methamphetamine and fuck my sister. But no, I hated UFC back then, but now that I know some of the well, not personally, but actually I've met one or two guys, but um now that I know now that I have more of appreciation for MMA, I do like UFC, but I don't really watch it. I watch one that like when I do watch fighting sports, I usually watch one FC. I just think UFC people are subpar in their striking skills. Like they're just basically wrestlers and BJJ players who learned a who learned how to do a few basic punches and kicks. That's my bias though. Kat says, please like, share, and subscribe, and feel free to buy Contrarian a coffee or super chat. Thank you. Kat says, just Googled it. This is the description. Zendo Kai is a modern martial art. Why does this screen keep jumping? Let me take this pen off. Maybe that might be what's messing it up. Yeah. Oh, yeah, so Zendo Kai is a modern martial art that blends the best elements of traditional karate with techniques from various disciplines, including judo, boxing, kickboxing, Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, and wrestling. So basically, it's just MMA with another name. uh, she says Krav Maga, Sistema, Eskrima, Muay Thai, Aikido, and self defense. And self defense. What is the so if self defense is something separate, then what is that? Are they teaching firearms? Like that's weird to say and self defense. Like what does that mean? Like if you learn those arts, you can do self defense. So I'm not sure what the and self defense is, other than maybe that means pertaining to like I don't know, either firearms or street defense. But the fact that they include Sistema, that's not a good look. Sistema is bullshit. Sistema is basically very close to the Russian slap fighting stuff. System, Sistema makes Krav Maga look good, and Krav Maga is mostly bullshit too. I'm going to just keep it up all the way 100 with you guys. There are a few good Krav Maga schools out there, and those are the ones where they actually spar and maybe even compete. But most Krav Maga places don't spar and compete. They mostly do these little drills where they can convince suburban women that they're deadly because they're the main people who train in that stuff. Is suburban women who think Krav Maga works because you don't actually have to prove it by sparring. They do these stupid drills. The worst thing they do uh, are these uh, gun disarms, and gun disarms are so dangerous to perform. Gun disarms are complete bullshit. At best, a gun disarm a gun disarm um, works 50% of the time at best, which means they're not worth trying. They're very sketch. Um, but the Krav Maga mostly stems from the failure of having any sort of pressure testing to make sure that it actually works. The original Krav Maga, as it was taught to the Israeli Defense Forces, is that it wasn't a martial art. Krav Maga just referred to whatever hand-to-hand combat training that the Israeli drill instructor was teaching the cadets, and they used it as a way of instilling confidence in their recruits. It wasn't meant to be like this fighting art as they marketed it here in America. And it basically could have been anything that they felt like teaching them at the time. So Krav Maga was just what they were teaching them that day. So it could have been karate, it could have been taekwondo, it could have been wrestling, it could have been boxing, anything. And it was called Krav Maga as they were teaching it to their defense forces recruits. But it came to America and got marketed as its own like unique martial art. And they would teach some of these these little two partner drills or whatever to teach, and it really became fugazi. Like it got marketed particularly to like a bunch of suburban housewives. And again, they can believe in it because you don't actually have to ever test it out by sparring in most of these places. Now the Krav Maga places where they actually spar and compete, those are good places to go, but they are far and few between. Like I said, Sistema is even worse. Sistema is like this Russian martial art. This not this is very hokey. It's very hokey. I would not train it, even though Giro Dan and Asanto himself trains in Sistema. I wouldn't do it, and he even admitted that he does it just because he likes to. He wanted to try it out and do something that keeps him moving at his old age, because in his now that he's in his 80s, he can't obviously like move like he did when he was younger. So something like Sistema is easier on his body to train, which should give you a hint right there. That's not very effective if an 80-something-year-old man can do it pretty well. Eskrima, which is Filipino martial arts, is very useful for learning how to use both blunt and edge weapons. Um, Aikido, again, like I said, is more of a internal or spiritual art. It's not meant to be geared towards combat. So but Zendokai sounds very. It sounds like a very eclectic um, hybrid martial art. If it blends all those things well, it sounds like it would be very interesting to learn for someone. I wouldn't recommend it myself, but it sounds like if someone wanted to learn like a just a hodgepodge of different arts mixed into one, that would be a good place to learn it. Um, um, that's all I can say since I don't know much about Zendokai. But yeah, BSK says what's up. About to end this soon, guys. I think I've pretty much touched on most of the main issues in what I call paranormal martial arts, which is a BS. A lot of it stemming through the supposed concept of chi energy and the way that it can be utilized, whether through no touch knockouts, making a body invincible, um, channeling the spirit of other people into them to fight, or powering their strikes, or other sorts of hokey things. Talked about ninjas since it was International Ninja Day yesterday, and how they've been seen as these superhuman warriors. um, Talked about um, things that aren't paranormal but are bushido, like believing you can fight multiple attackers at once barehanded, and um, how a lot of the gentrification of combat sports so that it can be taught to little kids. Um, how people can misrepresent what they teach to get more students. BSK says your tongue and moisture short was hilarious. OMFG. No, that's you talking about the George Dillman thing. I kid you not. He literally did that on video. You guys can look it up. Either you can check it out on McDojo Life, or you can just look up George Dillman. And he literally no made that up where he said it sounds funny, but I'm dead ass. Like he really said, if he goes to do a no touch knockout and his tongue is in this way, it won't work. But if his tongue is in this way, it may not. It will work. Or he said, if I'm standing a certain way and I wiggle my toe, you think I'm kidding? He really says this dumb shit. Like, guys, please look it up for yourself. Don't go on my word. Like, literally look it up. Like, look up George Dillman no touch knockouts. They did a whole thing about him on the National Geographic channel back in the day too. So they do a whole bunch of like National Geographic did a whole bunch of segments on martial arts, and they talked about George Dillman and his no touch knockouts. And he was talking about, yeah, if I put, I'm telling you, you guys think I'm exaggerating or I'm making this shit up. I wish I was, but I'm not that clever to make up something like that. He really was saying dumb shit like this, because it was basically his way of ad hoc explaining why his no touch knockouts didn't work on skeptics. He was saying, well, if you don't believe in it, it's not going to work as effectively. He said, but also he's like, well, if I try to knock you out and I'm doing this, and I'm not doing that, then it's not going to work. Or another way that charlatans would keep from having to admit that they're lying is that instead of them performing it themselves, they would just get one of their head students to perform it. So then they could always just blame the student that it didn't work and say, well, it didn't work because this is my student. He doesn't know it as well as I do. It's like, okay, well, then you do it. Well, I can't do it because I don't want to hurt anyone. This is the type of excuses these Bushido masters do. Oh, you said, oh, the one who I was talking about, the guy's mom. Oh, okay. Yeah, he deserved it. Um, but yeah, but yeah, guys, I'm gonna go. It's been 4 hours and it's late. So, Audi, if you guys have any more questions, you can just leave it in the comment section. If you want to show me some support, you can sign up for memberships, drop me a super thanks, or send me a cash app. The link will be in the description, as well as the link to buying me a coffee. Um, please give me a like, share, and subscribe if you can. And yeah, that's about it. Like I said, if you're watching this on replay, I still check my comments. So go ahead and feel free. Hope you enjoyed it. You can watch this from the beginning because I give a whole long spiel on paranormal martial arts. I do a little tangent when I start talking about army stuff for a second, but for the most part, I stayed on task. And it's probably other stuff I could think of once I get off. Every time I get off a live stream, I always think of like 1,000 other things I could have said. Um, but well, we'll see. He said, "Congrats on recent hits too." I'm not sure what that is. Hits too, but yeah. So yeah, like I said, any questions, leave in the comments. Show some support, like, share, and subscribe. Um, if you want to support me, send me a cash app or a super thanks. At least cash app, I get it instantly. Super thanks, I gotta wait till I get doled out the money through YouTube, which I'll be getting right around Christmas. Um, I was got one. There was one I was supposed to get at Thanksgiving, and they rolled it over into the Thanksgiving one. So we'll see. Anywho, have fun, guys. Have a good evening to some of you, and have a good day to the rest of you on the other side of the world. Take it easy. Peace out.